all the good guys are here, so stay with us. Santa Monica Beach, Rick, you know what? We're back in the hometown, right down the street from my house where the aggressive skaters came out. Man, another big event coming at you. We had skateboarding in the house, so all the good guys are here, so stay with us. Man, this is going to be going off.
What's up? Just kicking it.
What's up, all you little kiddies? I'm Brian Smith, along with AJ Jackson. Here we are, stop number 8, the Powerade National Inline Skate Series, co-sponsored by Sony Walkman, Sony Autosound, and the new movie from MGM, Hackers. Here we are, Santa Monica Pier. AJ, a lot of good talent on the street course, a lot of good vert skaters. It's going to be an awesome competition. It's just getting better and better.
It's getting better and better, B. I'm telling you, man, the competitions are just unbelievable, bro. You know, this is stop number 8 in Santa Monica Beach, and, like, you know, a lot of pros came out, man. A lot of amateurs came out, and some of the big names, man. P. Harden, you know, B-Love.
Oh, yeah.
Hoax, too, man. Homeboy's coming out, and he's ripping it up fat, dude.
Manuel Baleares.
Manuel Baleares. Oh, dude, the Australians, Manuel Baleares. Oh, check this out, bro. A lot of the Japanese bros came out,
what,
too,
Was
man.
it 9 or 10 of them?
Like 10. 10 Japanese guys came out. Little Roadhouse coming off of LBC. Competition's going to be fat, man. I'm really looking forward to it.
The street course at stop number 8 here at Santa Monica Beach had a terrific blend of young and old talent, including some of the best young talent like Randy Spicer and Ernie Villarino.
The National Inline Skate Series street course consists of long grind bars, launch ramps, fun boxes, death boxes, and quarter pipes for speed. These guys are judged on their style, creativity, their overall performance, and how they look when they're on the street course. Along with that half pipe, the vert pipe is about 11.5 feet tall, and they do all kinds of spin tricks, grabs, and man, I'll tell you what, this is going to be one of the best shows here, Rick.
Each week, the skating's getting better, so stick around for aggressive skating on Prime. Here we are in the semifinals. Only 4 skaters left. We started with 16. Now there's 4. Who's going to step up? Great matchup. Patrick Lennon against Matt Andrews. That's the one we're going to look at first. 2 skaters from Northern California. Patrick Lennon out of Redwood drops in first.
Patrick Lennon, a great skater, loves to launch, goes huge. God, 720 up the side of that huge launch ramp. He's starting off good.
And we don't see a lot of skaters doing that trick off the side, Brian, but he nails a 720.
There he is sitting up in that death box. Tries to go for far side solo, but doesn't hook on. That's going to hurt his run. He's got to make some good tricks.
Got to stick your tricks to gain the points here on the street course. The judges want to see a stick to difficult trick. Here he comes back down, approaching the Bower box.
Heading up fakie, and goes sole, half tab. Heading up on that Bower box. On the death rail goes, oh, front side, the drop mizu. That's a nice technical trick, and he pulls it off pretty smooth. He's on the road now.
Style, creativity, difficulty, and the overall look. That's what the judges look for on the NIST tour.
There he is, nailing that far side sole. He got it. He went once, missed it, and got it back again. There he goes, over sole, rewind off. Now he's kicking butt.
Patrick Lennon trying to get to the finals so he gets automatically qualified for the championships in Venice Beach. Will he get there? Matt Andrews, his opponent, He's coming up next.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. Both of these guys are young skaters, not a lot of experience, but they come out and they rip this course up. Taking a look back here at that huge 720 stale Japan. Almost perfect. Just put one knee down. Matt Andrews dropping in now is a great skater. He's very smooth. Doing a double grab. Already starting off with difficult tricks. Heading up on that death box. Going frontside to drop sole. Just as nice as I've ever seen anyone do it.
And the pressure's on Matt Andrews because he saw Patrick Lennon had a very strong run. He knows he's going to need at least in the high 80s to take this round.
So far, he's been flawless, hitting every trick, and he's also doing difficult tricks. There he is going sole at the front side. Man, he's just really ripping this course up.
Matt Andrews, nobody has heard about him since he joined the tour, unsponsored as he comes back down the street course.
There he is doing a nice grab again, heading up on that death box fakie to front side. He's having a great run. That was switch stance, very difficult. He's just got to keep his composure and stay on his feet to move ahead.
With about 5 seconds left on the FSL timer, Matt continues to hit the tricks. He really didn't pass any ramps and stuck a lot of difficult tricks, Brian. His score should be pretty good.
Taking a look here at that huge stale grab. He really had a great run. He stayed on his feet, he did all the difficult tricks, and that's what should get you to the finals and win the contest. There we are taking a look here. Patrick and Matthew, difficulty, style, creativity. He takes all of them overall. So that puts him ahead 88 to 83. What a great matchup. Really excited about watching these guys.
So Matt Andrews is our first final skater. He automatically gets qualified for the championships in Venice Beach. He's stoked. Corey Roberts out of Walnut Creek, California, trying to get there as well.
Corey Roberts picking up, and a little bobble on that launch. Didn't grab it as long as he would have. It would have looked a lot nicer, but it was still a nice grab. Setting up now. Heading on that death box. Lots of speed. Going far side sole, that was very nice. He just stabbed his foot right on that rail. That's what the judges like to see, confidence.
And this is the part of the day where a good skater separates himself from a mediocre skater. They get a little tired. You're in the Final Four. You already had 2 runs, and you have to push it hard to move ahead to the final.
Wow, he is having a great run. Half cap the sole. A great Mizu over the Bauer box. He's having a really good, consistent run. He's just got to keep this up. He's putting a lot of pressure on Kowski.
But he has half the time left, so he still has a good 20 seconds. What will he do with the rest of this time?
Oh, and that's going to hurt him. He tried to go far side sole on the Bauer box and fell down to his knees. He should have just did a regular sole and stayed on his feet.
10 seconds left. Little front side on the low rail. With about 5 seconds left, Brian, he needs one more difficult trick here.
Let's see what he's got. He's going for that death box, and he goes up. Nice sole. Comes off a little bit early. Not a bad run. He had a lot of good tricks in there, difficult tricks. He had one fall. That's going to hurt him. Brian, he's going to have to stay on his feet and pull out all the tricks to beat him. I'll tell you that. Taking a look back here at that launch. A little bit bobble, grabs his knee. I don't know what that was, but he finished off with a nice stale Japan grab. Brian Kowski getting ready to drop in. Mr. Consistency. He hardly ever falls, and he has all the tricks. And he goes a nice high mute. I think he's just going to play it safe and do a nice, beautiful, clean run like he always does.
Brian Kowski with some speed. Launches to the death rail. Very strong move.
That was really nice. Launch the backside. Coming with a fast slide. That's one leg down the Bauer box. Very difficult. And he's charging.
So far, Brian Kowski already has done 3 difficult tricks and has nailed the ball. Make that 4.
He's really having a good run, Rick. It's going to be really hard for him to get beat if he stays in this pace.
This is where Corey Roberts kind of fell off with about 20 seconds left in his run, but Brian Kowski continues to skate strong here on the street course in Santa Monica.
Yeah, he's just got to wrap it up around here and to stay on his feet. Play it safe, play it smart, and he'll be in the final. Heading for the last trick on the launch ramp. Oh, he does a nice new grab and tweaks it out. And that's going to be time. Brian Kowski with a solid, perfect run.
And I think you can see the difference, Brian, with about 20 seconds left. Brian Kowski continued to skate hard and strong and stick his trick where Corey Roberts fell off a little bit.
You can see how beautiful his style is when he grabs that mute grab. I think he's going to be very happy. And it looks by the crowd, I think he's got it, Rick.
And the scores are in. It's Brian by 1 in style. He takes him by 4 in difficulty, 1 in creativity, 3 overall. And he is the winner, 92 to 83. Matt Andrews and Brian Kowski skating for the championship.
Oh, yeah. There's Mike Howdy getting a little excited. His Senate boy is going to the finals. It's going to be a great matchup. You never know who's going to take it. They're both great skaters.
We are ready for the finals on the street course. Matt Andrews has climbed his way through some terrific competitors, including Daryl Hardin and Andy Cruz. Now he's going against Brian Kowski, who defeated some good opponents as well in Ernie Villarino and Randy Spicer. Here comes Matt Andrews launching first.
Matt Andrews grabbing a method launch first, heading up on the death box, going front side. Oh my God, he goes down Bacon. He was doing a front side to drop Soul, or no, actually drop Mizu, excuse me, and he went Bacon in the 10. That is going to hurt his run. Going half cab, the front side comes off early. He seems a little shaken up. This is where the lack of experience is going to take a toll on your run. There he goes, backside switch stance.
Also, the legs seem a little wiry, Brian, as he drops back in. Still a lot of time on the FSL timer.
That's right. After you compete about 4 or 5 times, you really get tired. There goes switch stand Soul, heading up fakie, the front side again, that switch. Now that's the kind of tricks you need to do and not fall, but he looks a little tired. I think you're right.
Hasn't stuck as many tricks as we saw him do in the Final Four. Matt Andrews now in the finals, not having the best effort, but he has enough tricks to get his score maybe in the 80s. That's going to be time. Matt Andrews out of Carmichael, California. He's just got to be proud that he is in the finals skating against Brian Kowski, a guy that he reads about maybe for the last couple of years in the magazine.
Yeah, Brian Kowski's got a lot more experience. He's going to come out and, it's, you know, all he has to do is stay on his feet. Matt fell a couple times. He looked a little tired, but hey, he's really happy. He's going to the finals either way, so I think he's just relaxing, you know, to see what happens. So let's check out Brian's run and see how he does. Here he is getting ready to drop in. Brian Kowski with a lot of speed going to that launch ramp. A nice, beautiful mute again. Lands on the transition. That's what the judges are looking for.
Brian Kowski, BK, staying consistent on the street course here at stop number 8.
Oh my God, huge. Launch the backside, going for the power box with lots of speed and goes down backslide. Wow, he's having a great run. He's not holding back. He's going for the gusto.
Brian Kowski warmed up. He's already competed in 3 competitions. This is his 3rd, and this is the best he has skated.
Another clean backside. Yeah, he's just really, really keeping his composure and having a great run. If he keeps this up, he's got himself a championship. Oh!
Not to mention the guys at Anywhere Sports told him if he takes first place, they get him a limo to the championship. He's taking class all the way with a very classy run. Brian Kowski turns it back up the street course, and I think there was enough tricks in the bag to take this championship.
I wouldn't count your chickens till the hatch. He fell twice. That's going to hurt him. Wow, it's going to be pretty close, although I think you're right. He does have the edge. There is everyone congratulating him. Both these skaters came out and did an awesome job. I had a lot of fun watching them. I can't wait to see who takes this one.
Brian Kowski getting a lot of support from his friends that are here in Southern California, looking back at the huge launch. That's how you do it. Pulling back method. And the scores are in. It's a tie in style. They tie in difficulty. They tie in creativity. Overall, Brian Kowski takes it.
Here we are in Santa Monica Pier on the street course with our champion, Brian Kowski, and 2nd place, Matt Andrews. Matt, you had an awesome run. You got 250. You're going to the finals. How do you feel?
I feel good. It was fun. Just had fun.
He's really excited. You should have saw him before. He was doing cartwheels and stuff. BK, Brian Kowski. You never figured this was going to happen, I bet.
Nope. It was fun, though. I just skated my heart out, and it was great. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I knew what I had to do was like just skate fast and clean and big, and then that's what worked. So
fast, clean, and big. Here we are, Prime Sports Network, the street champion, Brian Kowski. It's all good.
a jam-packed parking lot here in Santa Monica Beach. We are ready for the Vert semifinals. Our female skater is Natasha Hodgkin. She's as good as the men, Brian.
She's dropping in. She's setting up. Yeah, she really rips it up. She's so aggressive on the half pipe. There she is, grabbing mute, grabbing scale Japan, setting up for another trick here. Oh, and going for the soul stall, but steps up on top of the ramp. That wasn't good.
45 seconds in the half pipe. Natasha working it like a pro.
There she is, doing 360s.
Coming back around. Come on, Natasha.
Tapping that toe. Here she is, setting up again. Time winding down. Goes up, coming in faking now. Oh, there you go. Oh, and she goes faking in the pan. She's happy, though. She's smiling. She looks a little tired.
That's going to do it for her. And that's Natasha. That's time, and she'll be very excited as she went all the way to the Final Four. Looking back at this move, Brian.
Yeah, it's so nice to see all the women coming out and skating just as good as the men. And Natasha does it just as good as anyone. She's so aggressive, everyone respects her. Now this boy, Manuel Balearis, out of Melbourne, Australia, is just incredible. Setting up nice high mute, tweaking it back method. Oh, this guy is just so fun to watch, Rick.
Manuel Balearis, only 18 years old, could be the best in the land on the half pipe.
He certainly is showing that here today. And there is showing some of his spin tricks. There's a nice lofty 540. Coming back with an invert. Going up with some nice coping stall tricks. Doing it with a lot of style. This guy's very smooth in everything that he does.
All right, 10 seconds left.
And a soul grind, a long soul grind on the coping. That's very nice.
Manuel Balearis doing all the tricks the judges want to see, the inverted tricks, the big airs, the spin tricks. As he runs out of time, another flawless run by Manuel Balearis.
Manuel looking a little tired, but wow, can he skate this fight. Flips it up, taking a look back here. There he is going mute. You'll notice how high he's going. He's going twice as high as all these other skaters, and this spin is just great. There he is, grabbing mute on a big 540, finishing it way above coping, and there's some nice style. So we got Natasha losing in style, Natasha losing in difficulty, creativity, and overall. But what a good run. Natasha gets a lot of props. Manuel comes out on top. But what a good matchup we had. Our next matchup, Eric Burke going against Ichi, the Rocket Kamore. Woo, Rick, what do you say about that?
Eric Burke is only 16 years old, out of Reno, Nevada, works out on the halfpipe in Lake Tahoe, Nevada, works out at Donna and Alan Bono's house. They taught him how to skate the halfpipe, and his expertise shows.
There he is, getting caught up on the coping, going back in the pan. That's not good. You gotta waste a lot of time trying to climb back up and getting back into your groove.
You're right, Brian, but he has 25 seconds left. He still has chances here to go big.
There he is doing some nice variations on the coping. Going over, so sporting that Hawaiian shirt. You sure he's not from Hawaii?
You wouldn't know it by the shirt, but he's ripping up the half pipe like a pro.
There he is, starting to get some air now, setting up. Oh, God! And a beautiful MIG-twist. Coming back with a nice 540. Wow, he saves it up to the end, but then he goes big. Only two huge errors, but he needed more than that, I think.
Yeah, he fell a little bit, but he came through with a couple difficult tricks. A perfect MIG-twist.
Oh, coming in fakey. That is so nice. And there he is with a nice 540 grabbing. Wow, he should have started off like that.
The Rocket, Ichi Kamori out of Osaka, Japan, has the experience. He competed all last year on the NIS Tour. Starting off with some big airs.
Ah, there he is, doing that rocket. That's what he's famous for. Ichi does go very, very big, and he's got the coping tricks. There's a nice oversoul. I love watching this guy skate all the way from Japan.
Yeah, Ichi's one of the exciting skaters on the tour. Real fun to watch. He's got the big flips and the big air. Makes it just a treat every time he takes the half pipe.
Oh, there he goes with a fakey rocket. This guy's got so much style. See how composed he is up there? That's why I love these skaters from Japan. They're so precise.
Ichi Kamori with about 5 seconds left on the FSL timer. This is where he usually likes to do that big flip. He's running out of time, and he's not going to get it in. Ichi, the Rocket Kamori, a little late. That will not count. And Ichi's run is ended. It's going to be really close, Brian. It's up to the judges to decide who's going to the finals against Manuel Balearis.
That's right. We're going to check it out. Ichi is a great skater. I don't know, though. Taking a look here. setting up way high over that coping. Head high airs. Coming around, and there it is. Kicking it out rocket. Ichi Komori just showing all that flavor.
Eric Burke blows him out in style, takes it by 2 points of difficulty. They tie in creativity. Ichi takes it overall, but Eric Burke advances to the finals, 86-81. Oh, Brian, Eric Burke squeaks by. It looked like Ichi had a pretty strong run, but can he get by Manuel Valeris, one of the best vert skaters on planet Earth? And we are ready. Eric Burke at Reno, Nevada, and Manuel Valeris out of Melbourne, Australia. You can't miss Eric Burke. He's wearing that Hawaiian shirt. He drops in first.
Going up mute. It's going to take more than a loud shirt to beat Manny, but here he is coming in. Now he's doing some huge airs. There he is, grabbing still Japan. Nice rocket. Wow. Now he's just turning up the volume, putting some pressure. And there it is. That big twist coming in faking. Beautiful. With a nice 540, puts his hand down with a bobble. He's having a great run.
Right there, Brian, you saw the bobble slowed him down a little bit, but now he's making a nice circular motion on the half line. Oh, he takes a bad spill.
There he is, catching those feet up on the coping again. I don't know if he's got big feet or if he's just tired, but the coping just grabbed him. He goes bacon. It's going to be hard to beat Manuel Valeris now. But he's still doing a great job, and he's going to Venice. He's got to be happy.
Yeah, with 3 seconds left, another bobble, and that is going to be time. Eric Burke slides down on one knee all the way to the finals against Manuel Valeris with a very strong effort, a couple spills. That might be the difference. As you know, when Manuel Valeris takes the half pipe, Brian, you need almost a flawless performance to beat him.
That's right, Manuel Valeris wrecks in effect. Taking a look here at that huge MIG twist coming in faking. He does that just as nice as anyone in the world. He started out so strong. If he hadn't fallen, Manuel would be sweating in his boots.
Manuel Valeris up next, and Brian Smith had a chance to talk to him.
I don't mind coming out at all. Just coming out, hanging out with all my friends and having a skate, so I think just see if I can see how well I can go during the day. Fairly tired, but I'll just see what happens, basically.
Hey, well, good luck, man. You look good. Spinning. Manuel Valeris. Manuel Valeris dropping in. He goes big right off the bat. There he is, setting up with a huge head-high mute. Coming back, a nice mute. Setting up big. Here we go. Manny grabbing back, huge method. Opening it up for the crowd. There he is, spinning. Oh, and a 720 coming in faking. This guy is a master at spinning, Rick.
Oh, that's an amazing 720 spin trick. One of the best spinning vert skaters around. Manuel Valeris keeps ripping it up with 20 seconds left on the FSL timer. He just needs to bust out a few more tricks, Brian, for this championship.
There you go. See him utilizing the coping. He does all the airs and all the coping tricks and inverts so that he covers all bases. That's what the judges like to see. And he does it better than anyone. Look at him out here just going off.
Time running down on the FSL timer, and that is time. Manuel Valeris, I think he's taking the championship here.
Here goes Manuel showing some of his clown activities. He's a snappy dresser, good looking. He's a great skater. We love him here at the NIST Tour.
Manuel Valeris carved up the half pipe. I think he carved himself a championship here at Santa Monica Beach. Brian Smith, take us through this run. Huge airs, everything you need from a great vert skater.
Manuel just showing how high he can get. And there he is, tweaking it way back. No one does it better than Manuel. And check out this spin, Rick. 1, 2, and comes in faking like he does it every day. This guy is truly amazing. And there he is going nice soul grinds. And here it is, Rick, the final score.
Style, 3 points go to Manuel. Difficulty to Manuel. Creativity to Manuel. Overall to Manuel. 104. He breaks the 100 barrier. He blows out Eric Burke. He's our champ.
That about wraps it up. Just one more time. Stop number 8. A successful event. Just one more time. Santa Monica. 4 great skaters are going to go to the finals in Venice. Next week, we're going to see at Pier Fest, Huntington Beach. So you stay here on Prime Sports and check me out next week when we just yet had sent 4 more people to Venice for the finals.
Each week, Brian Smith and myself give out the Power 8 Power Blast, and this one goes to Ichi, the Rocket Komori.
Now you know where he got the name Rocket, kicking it out way over the cameraman's head. Pow, bam, splat, boom, bing. The Crash Derby coming up next.
Powerade National Inline Skate Series is owned and operated by Anywhere Sport Productions in Los Angeles. And a special thanks to the City of Santa Monica and the Santa Monica Police Department.
Back in the vert ramp for the rollerblading, the skaters came out with some new tricks.
Eito, for me, is the epitome of vert skater right now.
In a trick he learned only 2 days before, on this ramp, Eito Yasutoko double backflip 180.
What are they feeding these kids?
Just one in the house, yo.
And amazingly, not even good enough for Corn Nuts Gold here in Cincinnati. Shane Yost, he's the only guy in the world who can do the 1260, hucked it here. First a 900 flat over the channel and then throwing his body in a way no one else can.
Jaron Grove is notorious for trying to throw himself out of the street course and out of the vert ramp every time he enters a sick trick contest, and this was no exception to the rule, doing a misty flip out of the vert ramp between the tower and actually landing on the breakdance course. He lands on his wheels, then dumps over to the grass, but judges thought that was burly enough to walk away with the gold.
And then true street skater and park skater Ben Weiss, a sick trick king, came out throwing some technical ability on the vert ramp, but more importantly, out on the park course. Nothing on the course was big enough for him, so he decided to throw it all down, starting up on top of the bleachers. Check it out. Far side soul, jumping up and over, dropping 14 feet, landing on his feet, and just running out of course. Jason Stinsman, first skater to ever throw the double backflip and the backflip to sole on the park course, trying to make history, the first ever 1260. On the park for Jason Stinsman. No one ever has done that trick on inline.
Stick around, we've got more Corn Nut sick trick action coming your way from our second stop on the year in Del Mar, California at the San Diego County Fair. Do not touch that remote.
Welcome back to the Corn Nut Sick Trick competitions at the Mobile Skate Park Series. Stop number 2, Del Mar, California and the San Diego County Fair. Backyard to many of the world's top skaters.
Question, what is gingerbread cookies? I got gingerbread cookies.
Well, when he's not trying new things out off the ramp, he's doing them on the ramp. Eito Yasutoko, double backflip 180, getting that trick wired. Ty Chris, the 2001 X Games champion, threw the double backflip to take gold, and he's back with something new. The double backflip fully grabbed and tweaked. The judges, always using their apples to rank the skaters, put him in first place. As a matter of fact, apples become synonymous with the action sports lifestyle.
Technology has pretty much altered the whole part of my traveling, from just communicating with home to sending pictures of where I am to watching movies. There's just so many little facets of traveling. The technology just, it makes it so much easier. I mean, without
my computer, I'd probably go nuts.
I'm just learning how to edit little stuff, like learn how to make little videos and clips, but that's why I got the Mac one.
We just videotape ourselves and make videos.
Many pros edit their latest videos on iMovie and Final Cut Pro because these edit systems can run on the portable PowerBooks.
I use the internet, I guess, every now and then, emails, whatnot, instant message, talk to people that I know, keep in touch with skating and demos, whatever is going on, getting a lot of information from that, and it keeps me in touch with it, yeah.
In Colorado, we have a website. We log on to it, and we set up skating sessions all over, so we have some place to meet, and we don't have to do it over the phone.
It's fun, it's a great way to communicate, and it's great.
Well, the street course in Del Mar was kind of designed for skateboarding, so the inliners had to get a little creative to show off their best moves.
Cameron Card, who's made his reputation by doing technical tricks, coming out of the VIP deck down onto the course with the backside royale. Pat Lennon getting creative. He's known for trying crazy stunts, but check this out. He paid the price, actually hit his lip on the fence, but the judges give it to him for courage.
Welcome back to Corn Nut Sick Trick Competition 2002. When you got guys out there competing for some cash for best tricks, you're also going to get some pretty nasty slams.
Well, you got spills, but you also have thrills. And underneath the big bridge in Milwaukee, Takeshi Yasutoko did just that with some technical ability. Always pushing the limits. And Mark Engelhardt trying a new trick. Check this out, 540, flat spin, disaster, 360 in, and he nailed it. Good enough for second place. Shane Yoss from Australia, throwing a trick that we've seen him do before, but it was good enough to take gold because no one else in the world can do it. The 900 flat spin over the channel. Crowd loving it on the vert and over on the street. Unfortunately, Ben Weiss's trick counted after time, but check this out. Going up, top sole, stalling, down to sole, down the staircase. Gotta love it. One of the best trick maniacs, and Ryan Dawes with a huge disaster backside royale transfer. John Murakami setting up, getting super tech. Murakami going from the rail to the planer. That's going to count, and it's good enough for second. But Houston's Chris Fleener takes top honors during official time with a huge 540 acid drop 15 feet down out of the course. So Fleener takes home Corn Nuts big cash.
Hey kid, would you like some drugs? The first one is free.
Want to check out my van? I got some candy.
Hey kid, want to join our gang and spray paint under a bridge?
No, no, bug off, man. I'm going roller skating. I want to be addicted to roller skating, not crap. Because we roller skate today, we will go to college tomorrow. Prison is full of people that have never roller skated.
I'm Brad Armstrong, owner of Roller Kingdom in Reno, Nevada, keeping your kids off the streets since 1999.
I say no to drugs. I say no to gangs.
I say no to unplanned pregnancy.
I say no to meth. I say no to reefer. I say yes to roller skating.
Man, this roller kingdom is really putting us out of business.
You said it, man. This deal sucks.
But you know what? Maybe we should give up this life of crime and start roller skating!
I think he wants your Blade Runner skate. He wants to trade. The cool new Blade Runner skates. Hit it! Now available on planet Earth. Blade Runner by Rollerblade.
Obstruction, barrier, obstacle, anything that stands in the way. It's called street skating. That's what we do. There's no place we can't go. There's no trick we can't do. Nothing can stop us. Nothing. Well, unless somebody wants to do some bragging. Always Coca-Cola.
Wheels are really important because, well, for little kids, man, they need their wheels to last them a long time, not wear quick, and once they get close to the hub, they usually chunk, and they need to make a wheel that doesn't chunk and hypermarket.
I see you like Starburst.
I love Starburst. It's by far
the best candy in the world.
Yeah.
They're so juicy.
What's your favorite flavor?
Orange.
Orange? Are you a weirdo?
Come on, Winston.
This is game time. My team is all hype. Offense is fast, defense is tight. The other team was nice but has no height. I throw my skates on and we can go all night. Score the game point. I'm the #1 ace. Drop my game face, meet up at our favorite place. I get that quarter pounder with cheeseburger for real. The double fills a baller up after showing my skills. The beef, the cheese, the pickles, the bun. After that, I think it's time for another run. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
Man, I need a recharge. Hey, what's that? Yo, pit stop! Hey, Sonny D!
Sunny D's got solar energy.
Round, round, get around, she gets around. She's Mindy Rollerblade and she's skating your way with her bobbing ponytails and her real rollerblades. She's your cool friend, always loves to play. No one can believe it when she cruises their way. Get around, round, baby rollerblade. Get around, round, baby rollerblade. She gets around.
Baby Rollerblade, the doll with genuine rollerblade inline skates, only from Mattel. Batteries not included.
The actual size of a Jolly Rancher candy is 3/4 of an inch by 3/4 of an inch square. But the actual taste of a Jolly Rancher candy is immeasurable. Jolly Rancher candy, the great taste of fruit squared.
You've got a new set of wheels and a license to drive. You, my friend, are on a roll. Can your life get better than this? You bet your spandex because you're going to McDonald's to wheel some delicious deals. Only 59 cents for a regular hamburger, 69-cent cheeseburger, and 99 cents for a chicken fajitas or breakfast burrito. Wow, you ask someone to pinch you. Ah, a volunteer. Yes, your life is good. And at these prices, it only gets better at McDonald's.
My darling Colette, I meant to stop by last night, but I couldn't. The hill's too steep.
Don't blow it. Get the new ABT brake only on rollerblade skates. It's the easiest way to stop. From the company that got it all started. Rollerblade.
Repair jobs are quick and easy with Quikrete Fast Setting Concrete. Just add water and mix. It sets hard in minutes. Quikrete, it's that easy.
Having some problems with your inline skates? Head into Cheapskates Sporting Goods for friendly, knowledgeable service and North Bay's best selection of skates and accessories. Cheapskates, Main Street East, downtown. Cheapskates Sporting Goods has the best selection of inline skates in town with the best brand names: Rollerblade, K2, Rochus, and Technica. We've got wheels, bearings, and accessories too. Cheapskates Sporting Goods, Main Street East, downtown.
Fisher-Price knows inline skating can be easy with Fisher-Price inline skates. They go on easily, they adjust easily, wide for beginners, streamlined for pros. In fact, they're so easy you'll soon be having lots of fun just skating around.
If you're going to do something different, you better do it better. Take this incredible camcorder, the Sharp View Cam. The viewfinder, gone. Replaced with this LCD view screen. So it sits in your hand, not stuck to your face. I can shoot up, down, even myself. And watch this, instant playback.
Come on, Daddy.
View Cam, only from Sharp. Now score big. Get up to a $200 rebate when you buy a Sharp View Cam. Hurry, call 1-800-B-SHARP and see it at your dealer today.
Hog is a cool kids game.
Team Rollerblade stunt shows. That's
Most incredible.
Kids get a free Pog pack with a Disneyland Kini.
Bikini slams the Pog.
There's a Pog play zone. Team Rollerblade so burly.
Awesome.
Go Pog wild. And Rollerblade crazy. Spring break. Only at Disneyland.
Cool.
It's hard to ignore. If you've seen the campaign ad of the rollerblading congresswoman, you probably have an opinion. News 13's Catherine Mazzone asked her campaign about it and New Mexicans what they think about it. Catherine?
Jessica, it's one of 3 ads Michelle Lujan Grisham released this election season, and reps say it's by far the most unique. And that's the point. They say they want the ad to stick in voters' minds, and many of the ones we spoke to say it does.
People say I'm always moving.
Well, in hard times, you gotta move quick to get things done in Congress.
Oh, wow.
Politics aside, plenty have something to say about Michelle Lujan Grisham's latest campaign ad.
That was different for sure. Like, I especially running for Congress, you don't expect to see that.
It's really corny, but I can appreciate that.
Better than the negative stuff.
The Congresswoman received a lot of feedback online, too. Most of it positive.
We felt like this would be something memorable if pulled off.
Gilbert Gallegos is Grisham's spokesperson. He says he doesn't know of many politicians who could pull off an ad like this.
This is a very fun and positive ad, but still reflects her accomplishments and her personality.
While they admit it's different.
She's out there being active, and it's not just a stuffy suit.
Some are left scratching their heads. Why rollerblades?
Yeah, why do that?
The rollerblades were actually her idea.
The cop car, ambulance, and military plane raised others' eyebrows.
I'm sure she had permission to do that, right?
Turns out, Grisham was never on base for this ad. Gallegos says they were actually on a private runway nearby.
Our producers got one shot at it, and she took off on the rollerblades and did it in one take with the plane taking off. So it wasn't anything we planned or knew was going to be coming.
Gallegos says the police car and the ambulance were rented props. Volunteers actually drove them. Back to you, Jessica.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. We contacted Grisham's opponents in the congressional race, Republican Richard Preem, but did not hear back.
When rollerblade demands hypersonic speed, when they require fanatical performance, when they crave unfathomable feats, they get it on a Dell computer. In fact, Rollerblade uses Dell computers every day. What can we build yours to do? Call and for just $22.99, we'll build you this Dell Dimension XPS with the new 333 MHz Intel Pentium 2 processor, 64 megs of SD RAM, a 6.4 gig hard drive, Microsoft Windows 95 and Home Essentials 98, a large screen monitor, 32x max variable CD-ROM, even an AGP video card, and 24-hour tech support. The Dell Dimension XPS with the new 333 MHz Intel Pentium 2 processor. Pure performance, just $22.99. Dell, what can we build yours to do?
California roller, baby, I love you. You got the coolest shades in earrings. I get mine too. You really skate. Your hair is great and your jacket's cool. You got the hottest blades there, but no one skates like you. California roller, baby, California cool.
My little brother is a cool kid, but sometimes he's, well, like he's always grabbing my inline skates. So I say, Mom, get this guy some wheels. And get this, she did. She found out Play School makes inline skates for beginners. They're awesome high tops that grow with his feet. Later, dude! They even have these 3-step training wheels that pop out when they're learning and step back when they've got it. But my bro aced it in no time. You're never too young to be cool.
Let's go skating.
Okay, Barbie.
Come along with me on your Barbie skates, gliding along. You look so great.
Look at those great Barbie skates.
We're happy moving together. Come along with me and skate along with Barbie.
Barbie for girls inline and roller skates from Brookfield. Barbie skates, helmet, and safety pads sold separately.
If kids like me ran the world, I'd win everything. On your mark, get set. Especially the McWorld sweepstakes at McDonald's. They all have awesome prizes, and one's happening right now. So if you stay tuned, you'll get the scoop. Hey, it could happen.
You are here. Imagine you're here. If you win the McWorld Rollerblade Sweepstakes, you'll get a vacation in LA with Team Rollerblade, free skate stuff, and cash to spend. Plus, 500 kids will win some rollerblade skates. Anyone 8 to 13 can write in or snag free details at McDonald's.
Entries must be received by August 12th. Many will enter, few will win. No chips allowed.
Ziploc containers, test number 3. With our new divided containers, a sandwich, salad, and brownie
doesn't it, Tony P? A brownie salad sandwich. Ziploc, all you ever wanted in a container.
Earlier today, the evil Dr. X robbed the bank you see behind me. X left the scene on a souped-up motorcycle and nearly got away with the heist when Action Man and his inline extreme skates caught up to the villain. I spoke with an eyewitness who described the scene.
Well, actually, he just took off. But then Action Man, he started firing missiles at him, and then X's bike went down. It was amazing.
So once again, Action Man, the greatest hero of them all, saves the day.
Este es un campo europeo de rollerblade en donde se reúnen un grupo de gente sponsorizada por ellos, por Rollerblade, y se trata de aprender trucos, aprender pues todo lo importante pues para llegar arriba, para llegar a un campeonato importante y hacer una buena ronda en un campeonato, en demos, hacer demostraciones tal y como se tienen que hacer. Incluso hablar con una cámara, por ejemplo, estoy en ello.
For the pros, it's also a new thing because never before we did something like this for 1 week. But I think I learned a lot about the kids this week. And for me it was also fun to teach them because I can give them something of my experience.
Ce qui est super, c'est qu'on peut s'entraîner avec tous les teams. Ça nous a permis à tous de rencontrer d'autres personnes, de rencontrer des gars de tous les pays. Rien que le fait de connaître d'autres skateurs et de s'amuser, parce qu'on fait que s'amuser dès qu'on est sur la rampe tous ensemble, de rouler toute la journée. En tout cas, c'était vraiment une expérience super pour tout le monde, quoi, hein. Voilà.
Boj pere muški.
Molim, šta ste rekli?
Boj pere muški.
How do they cram all that graham into golden graham? Hey, maybe they take this big graham cracker.
How do they get all that crunchy graham cracker taste into every honey sweet square of golden grahams? Part of this complete breakfast.
Now each box is crowned with the free Fruity Rollerblade snack pack.
That's burlier than black ice.
That means he likes them. Golden grams crammed with graham.
And other cool stuff.
They pick your own music, and the best off about this whole thing is that the skaters judge the skaters.
That's right. Judge ye not, lest ye be judged.
That's right.
Except at the Sports and Music Festival.
We got 10 guys from all over the world, guys. Viva Mexico, Marco Hensei, last year's champion. Josh Petty, last year he hung with the Wu-Tang Clan, and of course, your favorite, one of your favorites, old 40-ounce Chiaki Ito from Osaka, Japan.
Chiaki-san, I'm the only one that can talk to him.
Hey, konnichiwa.
Hi.
All right.
So get us into the first boy here. Tell me about your man, Aaron Feinberg.
Man, this kid is capable of so much. He's, like I said, this year's 1998 world champion on street. Here he goes, Aaron Feinberg. Expect the unexpected. Huge going over the car on that. It's that big grind up the transfer.
That's super rad to go up on the containers.
A little disaster soul grind there.
A little higher than your average street course.
This is so cool. These guys are going downhill. There's never been a course like this before.
He's skating to all $1 million.
So comfortable in those top soul variations. Aaron Feinberg. Here comes down to the last right. Just barely over it. Makes it. Oh, yeah.
He doesn't have the opportunity to win $1 million here, but
check
talk
this
to me
out.
about that over the car.
5:47.20. I shortchanged the guy. And that's not funny when you're like, what, 4'3"? You know who this guy is.
Feinberg to Eisenberg. We're stepping it up a notch, are we?
A lot of Bergs in the house. Oh. The recluse.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There goes Arlo. He's got no helmet on. No helmet. He's flipping over cars.
Big helmet. Big flip over the car. The super freak of the street course.
Arlo's got massive respect.
He's the recluse boy. His little grind down the whoop section.
Did he just go back down the step up for
mixing
extra
it up.
time? Yes. They don't want the run to end. They realize when they get to the end of the course, it's over. He wants a second try.
Rules, there
Watch
are
this.
no rules.
Watch the speed coming into the step up.
Little 360.
All the way to the end transition. It's coming up on the boat. I love that.
And that's gonna be,
I talked to Arlo before his run. He said he was nervous.
Yeah,
Does he look nervous there?
Not really.
This was awesome. To set up the speed to hit this thing big and land all the way over on the tranny.
Smooth styes.
I love that step
Or
up.
skis, as they say.
That's like a step up to a whoop-de-doo. Jackie-san.
That's right. Konnichiwa. Genki desu.
Give it kudasai.
Remember this guy from last year? He loves his 40 ounce. Give me my 40, sucker! And today he's going to show us his own version of the 40 ounce.
Here goes Chucky right to LL Cool J. I'm bad. I'm bad.
Here goes
Blowing
40
huge
ounce.
over the car.
The man from Japan,
Why do you call it
PK,
40 ounce?
tends to go big. It's one of the few things he can say in English, PK. Check this out. Down the rail. Here it comes. Oh, yeah. S&M style all the way down. We got the groove cam hot on his tail.
There's so many different paths they can take coming down the street course.
Look at that little grind on the ledge. First skater to do that. Give it up for Mr. Smiles. Ah, kanpatte. Aye.
Chucky.
Hot on there. Let's check out the man from Japan. Big ol' over the car. Little launch, little
They
boost
use
off the car.
as a trampoline.
And coming into this up and over, once again with the hip. Check out the smooth landing on that. Next guy up, this guy is the Dirk Diggler of inline skating, Dion Anthony. He came to Memphis with $2 in his pocket and a dream to walk home with the Sports and Music Festival's guitar.
Yeah, Dion.
There's that shuffle, bringing it back to the Cessla days.
You got to use the car.
I might just bust a boneless or a big old floater. Gets that Royale, didn't fall that time.
That's huge up that container. That's super rad to go up that ledge. Jump about 4 feet up. Oh! He gets the wall ride.
Check this little shuffle over the jalopy. Think Kowski get
Is anybody
on
in
the side
that
of
car?
that. Earlier we saw Rick Thorne actually sleeping in the car before his stuff on dirt.
So far we've seen some pretty good stuff, right?
It has been insane. Like nothing else you've ever seen before, a downhill street course. Skating's been amazing.
Yeah, we got a lot more to come though.
Don't go
Stick
anywhere.
around.
Yep.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Hager King are now hanging out here Riverside, Memphis, Tennessee for the Sports and Music Festival. We shut it down, put up one of the best street courses I've ever seen. Got good inline action going on
That's
there.
right. We got a big shout out to Tim Payne, the Obi-Wan of ramp building, built an incredible street course. An event like this, it's like no other. You get all the sports together. You got skateboarding, BMX, freestyle, even motocross. Sometimes when you get all the athletes together, especially the inliners, you get kind of a volatile mix. Now, inline skating is a very young sport when compared to others. We actually took some time out and talked to some of the athletes, see how they felt about the respect issue. Check this out.
Just some people have bad attitudes. I don't know what they have against us.
I just do my own thing and not really think about what other people say.
Like it or not, rollerblading is the one that's bringing it to the world. Skateboarding is the greatest, no doubt about it. Bikes are the burliest, but we are the strongest.
It's newer than skateboarding, newer than BMXing, so I guess it's got to take its fair share of getting beat up before it gets respected.
There's not any less commitment, drive, or passion in what I do than what Tony Hawk does or what Matt Hoffman does. I think that it's all relative. I just happen to be in love with having 8 wheels on my feet.
Rollerblading is easier. Yeah, it is. If you compare it to skateboarding and BMX, it's an easy sport. Yeah.
Skateboarding, it takes you 2 months just to learn an ollie. Biking, you got to watch out for those pegs so they don't tear something. You just have to find new ways to push yourself in our sport.
I respect what they do, you know, and they seem like they keep pushing the sport.
And we've got a vehicle to take every kid in the world, get them on our side and really do things, which I think is an awesome opportunity. And I always envision all of our sports doing it together.
Here's the unity and the harmony that we've all been looking for. Everyone's starting to get along. It's an awesome event here at MTV.
All right, cool stuff, PK. Inline, still young, still going strong, and we hope to see it keep on going. All right, our next skater up, the ambassador of style is our next skater. When this guy came on the scene a couple years ago, he influenced a lot of skaters out there, a lot of aggressive rollerbladers. John Julio, feeling the NorCal pride. And John Julio is on course. Skate to the black sheep.
That jump's a lot steeper on that side.
See that? Nice transfer, gets the shuffle.
Who's running out?
Royale on that.
You know, I'm noticing a lot of the riders are holding their wrists and have their wrists taped up.
Oh, these guys have been getting jacked all week, I'm telling you. 2 days of skating this course, it's so big.
Pads just aren't cool, huh? We should have put stairs up. Look at everyone's just like walking around.
Pads suck.
Memo to self. Pads are not cool. But that step-up jump is.
Here he comes over, off the wall ride. Getting a little looped out. John Julio. This guy tends to bust the egg rolls, but not right now. Check this. Up and over the jalopy. Nice 540. Look at that. Royale up on the container. You love those containers for some reason.
I love them. They're dangerous, that's why.
Hey, this is Josh Petty, last year's champion.
That's right. He got voted the best street skater at last year's S&M in Austin. Check this out, everyone.
Give it up for 16-year-old inline skate winner, Josh Petty!
There's so many good people skating. It was cool to be acknowledged by my peers.
Thanks, Austin, and thanks, England.
Good memories from Austin last year. He's about to go again. I'm ready to see Josh Petty actually up the ante, set the new benchmark here in Memphis.
Yeah, he's our original winner.
Let's check it out. Old hip-hop himself.
Remember that 180 Luke Kang made last year coming down the tranny? That was pretty sick. And this year he's doing some big stuff too.
He's got some other tricks up his sleeve. He's actually not wearing his shirt, so I can't really say he's hiding the tricks up his sleeve.
Is that a trick though, to not wear a shirt?
It's the mad steves, as they say in
into my step-up jump. Oh, I love
over the bump. Check this out.
Yeah,
Josh
baby.
Oh!
540 out of the whoop. That's hard to do. That thing really whips you.
You go whoop. Whoop, there he is. Whoop. Over there.
Yeah, nice little red tag.
Excellent. What'd you think of JP?
Thought it was sick. He was rocking to get around, and you know he's got no shirt. He's getting around 360s there. I like the kid.
Not the
Check
spine,
the
but the
whoop.
hip. Check it out.
That's a 450 now. I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah. That's 360, but check out the
watch,
loop.
He's going for the extra 540. No, he can't do it.
This next guy also hails from San Diego. Little 619 boy.
Is this Heather Lockley's
Louis
husband?
Zamora. What's that?
Oh, I thought it was Richie Sambora.
No, you're thinking, you're a little confused. Skating to Method Man. Bring the pain. You're checking out Method Man later. Louis Zamora.
He got a lot of distance. He landed all the way down the tranny on that.
A lot of these guys you don't know, but they're actually
Look at the speed. Look at the speed.
Invitation.
Yes, all the way across the container. Pat, high five.
Oh yeah, high five. Big little volleyball style high five on that one.
I like the speed. I like the speed a lot.
Check it out. Louis got such good speed throughout his runs, always. So for a little high out karate, they're trying to kick off that light, I think. Gotta be stoked. Up and over, getting a little katak off the jalopy.
That was a katak.
Little fast plant. Here's that grind. Check this out. Huge top roll all the way down the container. That's huge, like with three U's. Louis Zamora, one of my big favorites. Muy favorito. Viva
This
Mexico.
is gonna be big.
Viva Mexico. You probably surfed this guy's hometown break down in San Miguel. If you ever go down there, his mom will make you a lobster piece like no other. It's Marco Hince.
This has got to be the favorite.
Muy yes, macho. Big threes. Oh, 540 over the car. Right over the jalopy. 180 up on that container. Check this out, BK, coming off the end of the edge.
Yes, that was the biggest move over the step up I've seen yet.
Check this out, check this out. What's he gonna do? I got my pesos on Marco Hince.
Without a doubt, that was the best one yet.
Check out the 540. Look at the style on that. Nice and tucked over the monster bump. You said that was the best launch you've seen over that bump today.
2 in a row. Look at that whoop launch.
And over, what are we calling this thing?
The boat or the football?
The boat of death, actually. You don't want to fall in between on the sides of that because there's actually barbed wire.
Well, we're hot here today, but the good thing is we're really sweaty too. Woo! Gotta love it. We've seen some good action from Chucky-san, and Dion-san, and John-san.
That's right. I wouldn't go anywhere because always the good stuff, we save it for the last.
Are you telling me the Virginator are coming up?
Gigabot 2000, don't go anywhere.
Yeah! Esports Music Festival 2, rock and roll, baby! A lot of good inline action. What have we seen so far?
That is some fast talking, PK.
Thank you very much.
All right. We've seen Chiaki Ito, Dion Anthony, John Julio.
Is anything good coming up?
We've got some good stuff. You remember this guy last year, our next guy up? He actually skated to Spice Girls, to the dismay of a lot of people out there. He's kind of up the ante this year. He's changed his flavor.
This year he says he's not a player. He just crushes a bit.
That's right.
Is he crushing that? Oh, I love this container riding.
Coming up again. Gets that rip. Taking a good drop on that. Here comes Spicer down the rail. Check that out on the ledge. Sticks a smooth, icy solid soul grind down that ledge. Check this out. Coming out off the boat. Going for the Hiya Karate. Take that. They don't like that construction device.
Finally, somebody has knocked that warning light over.
Yeah, check out some highlights of Randy's run. Check out the Punisher on his run here. Up, over, 360, 540. Boom. Yeah! Take that.
Be nice to the street product.
You know this this guy that's coming up, right?
Is this the Burgeonator?
The Burgeonator. Check this guy out. He rips whatever he does. Snowboards, skateboards, inlines. This guy has talent. Any way you look at it. Jonathan Bergeron, the Gigabot 2000. He also rips on Vert, making 180 over the car. Pulling 720 flat spins on Vert. Oh!
Oh! That hurt me!
Damn, and that is definitely going to leave a mark. Come on, let's get him back up. He gets frustrated when he goes down, but he gets something in his head. He will not let it go. He tries to pull it off. Check this out. He scrambled like a cat falling out of a 2-story window on that. Ouch! Right on his tail.
Can you actually hurt your bum when you land on it like that? Good stuff. Super rad, Pato. We saw some good stuff. You know how it is at Sports and Music Festival? Athletes choose amongst themselves who the winner is.
You got to take a little breather.
Who the greatest was. Now, who are you picking?
I got my money on, it's between Luis Zamora and Marco Hintze.
You know, you don't have a lot of money to really be wagering on anyone's behalf. I'm picking Marco overall. Thought he had the speed and the height, but it's not up to us, right?
No, it's not. Gang. Unfortunately not. It's up to the athletes. They're going to do the judging themselves.
Cool. So let's check out just what they were looking at.
I think Chalky got nice. So did Josh.
Feinberg.
Feinberg? Okay. I think I got really nice.
John Julio. He had the best line, you know.
It's right to the air. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Some good skating there, PK. What's up? What's up?
No, I got some prizes.
How you doing?
Good stuff, man. I know I got some prizes here.
I think we've tallied up the totals.
Player rep. See who got some, man.
We've got Johnny J, John Julio. John, I'm going to ask you here, who did it? Who did it?
Open it up,
Check it out. Come on.
Who'd you choose?
Chalky Ito.
Oh,
yeah! Are you kidding me? Chalky, I don't know how to say this in Japanese, but this is your specially designed Ernie Ball homer. You get a $1,000 gift certificate for the Gap. Yeah, that's for you, baby. Take it.
Hi, and hop on these.
Thank you.
What's up, sucker?
No. Hi. Chiaki Ito, everyone. Let's give it up for these guys. Awesome.
Oh, Chiaki. Psycho, Chiaki.
Kambate.
Monday night.
He says no problem in Japanese. Yeah. It was effortless for Chiaki. Chiaki Ito.
The man.
Sports and Music Fest inline skate street champion.
Viva Japan.
That's our winner, Big Bad Chiaki Ito. Give it up now for Big Bad Voodoo Daddy.
It's like heaven on earth if you're into action sports, so it's fitting that the street gods descend on this ethereal skate wonderland. Some of the top rookies as well as this international field will prepare to do battle and see who will inherit the kingdom at Woodward, Pennsylvania.
There are many different factors that influence a skater's run, from the roar of the crowd to the music blaring over the speakers. Skaters draw their energy from many different places, but the single greatest source of energy and inspiration oftentimes takes place before the cameras ever start rolling and before the 65-second clock starts ticking. Here at Camp Woodward, Pennsylvania, the action sports mecca of the world, we're going to take a look at what happens when skaters come together to create a unique new energy known as the session.
To me, a session is skating with my friends and having a good time and pushing each other.
Sessioning is when you're having fun, like everyone's skating, doing good tricks.
Well, I describe a session as just coming out to your favorite skate park, your favorite handrail, your favorite spot to skate on the street, and just having a great time with your friends. I mean, urging each other on, keeping each other, doing good tricks, making each other feed off each other's energy.
That session atmosphere couldn't be on a better course. Out here in the cage, we're actually throwing a few rules around what we call a session. 10 competitors get 65-second runs, 2 of them. The best one, based on a 100-point scale, determines the winner. And up first in round one of the highest touted rookies with a number of top 5 finishes already this year, Jason Stinsman.
Jason's from Pennsylvania. He virtually grew up here at Woodward as he goes backflip up there in the rhythm section, then head for that double scoop. Huge 900, starting things out with a lot of spins, mixing them up, linking them back to back.
Nice little 540 there, grabbing stale. Jason Stinsman spends most of his time in the air. They're finally locking onto the coping.
Yeah, alley-oop topside porn star. In fact, if there's one thing that's held Jason back this year, it's that he hasn't incorporated enough grinds into his runs. And when he does, it's usually soles or royale. So it's nice to see him doing the alley-oop topside porn star. But will it be enough? Oh, and a new trick for Jason. We've seen Jeremy Pennicchini do this year, the fakie backflip. You saw Jason look kind of uncomfortable throwing it. He was kind of squatted in the air, but he landed it. That's the important thing, I suppose.
Well, and that is one of the things you're going to see here at Woodward. Everybody's had the last couple of days to just spend some time learning new tricks, and they might unveil them here. Finishing off with the soul grind. Pretty basic variation, but a solid run.
Yeah, it was a great run. This is why he's one of the most explosive rookies this year on the tour. Real standout, going fakie backflip, always pushing his limits.
75.75 leaves room for improvement, but a solid first run score.
This record is particularly good for the youngsters. Now you get right to the procedure.
When we come back to Woodward, some of the old school street dogs, Julio and Shrine.
The ASA Pro Tour is brought to you by L2 Jeans, altitude tested by Team L2. By Naya, pure spring water. Hungry for life, thirsty for Naya. And for the latest on skating, check out asaskate.com. Feed.
And just go to Pennsylvania, get on the one road, and go straight. Camp Woodward. Back up on the street course, a number of the top skaters went off, thinking that the prelim might be their final. The session turned into something pretty explosive.
Yo, we are no superstars who wanna be large and forget who we are. Don't judge us by bank accounts and big cars. No matter how bright we shine, we're far from being stars, cause stars fall and disintegrate before they hit the asphalt. They incinerate, cause we came not to destroy the law, but to fulfill. For those who appreciate those with skills and fresh windmills and grab that gift. What is a DJ without the scratch to feel, without the elements? It's all irrelevant. Cause love the freestyle, but hate the fellowship.
Yeah, taste the city's agenda. Most of you out of town, cause get caught up and turn bitter. The city you books where hopes are blown. Not even money for the phone. Now tell me what's the solution, how to get back home.
Don't get caught up in glamour and glitz and camera tricks. The land of the dead. Before you come examine your set, where drama collects and women use special effects, where amateur stunts can make a damage on fronts.
The California sun kiss with a twist of limelight. Sunset trip on the Sunset Strip. Believe the high boulevard nights, the glamorous life. Many searching for the fame but can't afford the price.
She would turn you out if you wasn't prepared. She would tell you the things that you wanted to hear. She would blur your vision when it once was clear. This chick is full of tricks, so approach with fear. Cause we are no superstars who wanna be large and forget who we are. Don't judge us by bank accounts and big cars. No matter how bright we shine, we're far from being.
What I like on the session with Eric, he pushes you all the time. Just begin to skate with him, you're going harder and harder, and every time feeling good. Just nice to skate with him. He's one of the nicest guys in skating. He's got a great technical style. He's not too big into the big spins or flips or anything, but man, he can grind and stuff. He is amazing.
He's someone, you know, he's always happy when he's skating. He gets stoked on other people skating, and he's real cool to like push you. You know, you can push each other to do better tricks, and like he's just always in a good mood, pretty much.
One of the friendliest guys you'll ever meet, a true street genius, rides for Team Rollerblade. It's Eric Shrine.
And that's why right now, I would like to talk about what I believe.
Every day, like, you know, at least once or twice, it'll pop up in my head, like, oh, dude, tight. You know, we're going skating today. That's like my job.
Individuals of victory, you got my squad big winning the mighty planet Asia. Something meant to be. Eventually 500,000 fans through MP3. It's all or nothing with mine. I never waste time when it comes to putting it down. I'm
all in with my foot to the ground, so I shouldn't it sound outstanding. You thought regardless, I'm standing out with or without planning. Pen pushing, page for page until the crystal extends.
Oh, no, he did.
It's me and my kitty Chuck. It's my old house in Escondido. My parents' house, cat Chuck. This is my house. I moved out of my mom and dad's house. Kind of getting old, so, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. But I'm still living in Esco. Living upstairs, dude, it sucks. Gotta be all quiet, but my neighbors are cool.
Yes, y'all. One more time for the Lola Whimsy. You know the name is still the same like Polo. I'm uncontrollable like that. No need for running from what you can't see, so just get ready for the coming ill verses. I spit it at you before you spill first. My subconscious won't allow that attempt against your foul mouth. No replace a total eclipse. Too dark to shine out. Around and you's about to find out how it started. I snatched the mic from my counselor in the 4th grade. I tore the whole motherfucking house up. That I stays competition crushing these cats. Hella abstract and ain't singing nothing. It's bleedy eyes, red dotted in the facial. And if I don't know your name, then that just means I misplaced you. A lot of can say I smoke too much, but know what? A lot of joke too much. Who keeps the joint moving? It's Planet Asia, y'all. Straight from the retaliations off the mic if you don't know what you're doing. So give it here. And don't say nothing.
Right now, Dominic is jacking the hell out of he's ruining my total gym, dude. Get off. Wake up in the morning, dude, and that's how I feel. Boom!
That's the impact Eric Shrine has also had on the street. Out here, we actually have some people earning some money. The judges, looking for style, creativity, difficulty, and consistency. One of the most creative, John Julio.
Eric Shrines representing Esco Zoo. That's Southern California. John comes out Northern California. 2 influential skate scenes. John showing you why. Looking at the course with new eyes, finding different lines all over the place, going topside sole on that huge vert wall.
Good enough for a 61.50 in his first run. Clifford Villion, he has really come on this year, first making his first appearance in Rome with a win. He hasn't looked back since.
Yeah, coming from a long way from California, out of South Africa. Matt Lennon, though, this is right in his hometown. He's from Pennsylvania. That huge backside stall, getting out in one of the highest points on the course. And you can tell that he's had some experience. He's practiced a lot on this course.
But 2 of the biggest coming up. Santiago Asperua and the monster, Jaron Grove.
On a life of their own. The personalities are as varied as the skaters who make them up. A session can be lazy or frenetic. It can be marked by one-upmanship, or it can be as simple as a game of skate. Sessions are the heart of skating. They nurture skating culture by creating an environment of fun and friendship, while at the same time inspiring skaters to push themselves to new heights.
New heights indeed. A lot of the top AMs that came here for the ASA Amateur Regional, once the competition was done, they went off.
Everybody's more unified if they're all sessioning together, you know? There's more like a one feeling of it, and there's not all, like, it's cool to have your own style and everything, you know, that's good. But it's, you know, it's good to see that everybody's all on, like, on one level and everybody's progressing together.
Back to round number 1. Somebody who always makes a session exciting. The monster, Jaron Grove.
That's right. He is the definition of explosiveness. Transferring right off the bat, that true spin alley topside sole, that is a very, very difficult trick, and it's really taken a lot of risk to put that so early in your line.
360s in a row.
Wow, I'm surprised he's still standing after all that. How's he know where he is?
And a 900. Why not just rotate one more time, or 2 or 3 more times at that?
What an addition this guy's been to the Pro Tour. Really has raised the level, has made it so much more exciting. It's great having Jaron Grove on the tour. Alley-oop fishbrain, he's got the perfect mix between explosiveness, those huge spins, big stunts, and also he balances it with the technicality. They're showing you the alley-oop porn star down the ledge box.
No problem there. So far put together. Jaron really surprised some people early in the season. He's got almost a stand-up style. Very unorthodox. but nobody criticizes him for the guts he displays out on the street course.
Fakey 720 straight into the backside royale over that hip on the quarter pipes. Still moving his way around the course. He's packed a lot of tricks into it and then trying to finish off that true spin alley topside and then spinning out of it. He knows he had a great run. He's got his hands up in the air. Despite the fall, it came right at the end. It won't hurt him too much. Look at this. After all those 360s, still had enough left for a 900 over the double hump.
One of the only skaters to be able to pull that trick. He does it the best. 83.75 puts him on top for now.
All eyes are on this kid, Santiago Asperua. He is a skater. Most kids, I'll tell you, he's one of their favorites. He's got a great style, and he can be explosive. A little ball of dynamite.
Yeah, I like to call him the Mack truck of aggressive inline.
He is. He's a lot of muscle and explosiveness packed into a little package.
Nice backside all the way around the bowl.
The rap against him has been that it's just a matter of him staying on his feet for an entire run and not getting lost out there. Sometimes it looks like he only thought of half a run, and he's surprised to make it that far, and he'll just sort of wander around. Right now, he's staying on his feet, and he keeps moving. It's looking to be a pretty good run. Wow, great run, I should say. 270 topside sole.
Sick. Setting up for the last trick. Locking on. Alley-oop mistrial all the way down.
Yeah, it actually true spin. Alley-oop mistrial actually adding even more difficulty to it. And no one can pack the difficulty and the style into a run that Santiago can.
720, then trying to wave off the rest of his run to the judges. But they know they're seeing a run that potentially could put him in the top 3 easily. So they're calling him on for one more.
That's right, trying to keep him motivated. Keep it going, Santiago. How's that for a last-minute thought? 900 over the box as an afterthought almost. So talented. Here's a look at that 900 that Santiago didn't even want to do. He was done with his run. Everybody said, no, you better get back out there and finish this run.
And he's rewarded for it in 84.75. At the end of round number 1, he sits on top. Jaron Grove close behind, and the rookie, Frankie Morales, sits in 3rd. Sven Bokerst in 6th place, definitely looking to improve for him. John Julio rounds out the order. When we come back, it's the number 1 dog on the street course trying to make his mark against the leaders.
There's only a few things that really make a session wonderful, really make a session magical. It's the fact that no matter where we are, no matter what the group is, it will never be that way again. It's a specific time, it's a specific moment. We all help each other, we push each other. You can never recreate the vibe that happens at a certain session. It marks time. Like a certain songs bring back memories. You remember a certain session because of who was there to root you on, whether you're learning a soul grind or learning a forward 900. At that specific moment, it can never be recreated. We all feed on one another to push each other, the level of skating, or just push ourselves.
Beginning of round number 2. One thing that adds to every session is different styles. Frankie Morales was one of the most unique.
Frankie Morales showing you some of that style that got him first place last year in the amateur championships. True spin topside soyal across that small sub box. Frankie brings a much more technical style than Jason Stensman, another top rookie out here at the Woodward contest. Both of these skaters are explosive. That's why they've made their way onto the Pro Tour and are standouts this year. Frankie, similar line to Jason, both of them doing the 540 over that channel.
Frankie definitely has what I call a squatty style. He bends really low when he lands all of his tricks, which makes it look like he's just killing it. Oh!
Again, topside soyal and then trying to switch. It looked like 270 around to the topside sole. Not quite locking on the end of it, but staying on his feet with enough time to do a 720. He's stoked that he landed it.
Now, if there's one thing that Frankie lacks, I think it's a bit of experience, and that's just about it. Wasting a lot of time in the middle of his run.
Yep. Sick trick there to finish it off. Backside royale, try to spin 540 out of it, and you're exactly right. See him spending a lot of time just looking around, hanging with his homies. Huge 540 up and over the channel, grabbing stale.
That's good enough for an 85, keeping him in third place right now.
A session is with that you are with a lot of skaters skating on one place, and then you are practicing tricks, and every time a harder trick, and you are like pushing each other to do more difficult tricks. So, and it's a lot of fun to do it.
Sven Bokerst had won the last 4 ASA Pro Tour contests that he competed in coming into this event. So his streak was on the line here in Woodward, trying to extend it to 5. He came out with signature Sven style, had the tricks, linking the line, but lacked just enough consistency to keep him out of the top 5, so Sven's streak ends at 4.
Very astute, Arlo. Sam Fogarty up next out of Australia has been really pushing the levels, trying to learn new tricks all season, spending lots of time coming to each contest, but here at Woodward, not able to pull too many brand new tricks. Good enough, however, for 5th so far.
And Jaron sitting in 2nd place, wants that #1 spot. He had a great first run, but still landed him only in 2nd, so he knew he had to raise the level. Mixed it up in the 2nd round with that backflip 180, but raised the ante and paid the price in the 2nd round.
Make sure you tune in to the next ASA Pro Tour stop from London. It's the Vert Show, September 9th, the Street Show, September 16th. For more, check out asaskate.com for all of the ASA Pro Tour times. When we come back, Santiago is going to try to hold on, but Blake Dennis looks for his first win of the season.
By Slim Jim. When you need a little excitement, snap into a beefy, spicy Slim Jim. By Paul Mitchell at fine salons everywhere. Got a problem? See your hairstylist. And for the latest on skating, check out asaskate.com. Feed your habit.
Welcome back. We're in the cage here at Woodward.
Each week, skaters from all over the world converge on a different location where a dream park has been built just for them. It's called the ASA Pro Tour, and if you take away the judges and you take away the 65-second clock, what you're left with quite possibly could be the ultimate session.
Contests have always been a place for us to meet and hang out with our friends who are on the other side of the world. And for me, a contest is always a good session. I mean, even right now when we're warming up for the street contest, I'm sessioning with my friends.
Skating with all these guys from all over the world is crazy. Skating with your friends that you don't get to see every day from South America, Australia, or whatnot. So that's the best part of it all.
Don't fix your music and change it. And it's those skaters from South America that are really starting to make a difference today. Santiago sits in first place right now. He's not the last skater up, so the pressure is on.
You know, the Olympics have never been hosted in South America. Santiago trying to avenge his continent, trying to bring the medals home if they won't bring the medals to him. Fakie 540 over the box. True spin, topside Soyal. Not good enough to overtake his first run, but no problem. It was a great first run, still sitting in first place.
Blake Dennis has come so close so many times. Nice little topside acid there. He would love to finally take home an ASA gold.
And he's the last one that can do it, can take that #1 spot away from Santiago, having a great run, 720 over the box, taking a lot of speed around the course, as some of the Australians are known for, is keeping that speed and putting a lot of tricks into the runs. As he goes true spin, topside soul. Remember, Santiago went down on that trick in his second run. Blake trying to overtake Santiago.
Creative 180. He also did a frontwards and fakie 720 up on the course so far.
Alley-oop soul, fakie 360 out. He's spinning into and out of a lot of these grind tricks. Case in point, true spin, alley-oop Mizu, 270 out. Santiago, Frankie, all the guys cheering for him. Blake having a great run so far.
Little top soul there. He's running out of time, but so far, wow, what a run.
Will it be able to match the explosiveness of Santiago or Jaron? That's the question. It's had the technical difficulty. Great line. An alley-oop topside, 360 out. Same place he did the alley-oop soul, so likely one of those will switch. Well, fantastic run. Had technicality, a lot of different elements, showing you some of those technical skills. True spin, alley-oop Mizu, 270 out. We called her Hurricane.
84.25. Blake Dennis falls 0.5 of a point behind Santiago Asperua. So as they examine the scores on the iBook, it's Santiago in first, Blake Dennis in second, and Jaron Grobe with the bronze. The Latin lover finally gets his first win.
You've got to respect a course like this, and if you don't, you'll learn to pretty quick. I got to skate the course yesterday, and I learned some pretty valuable lessons. As the skaters have gotten better and the tricks have gotten bigger, the ASA and the ramp builders have had to learn to keep up with the skaters' appetite for bigger and more challenging terrain. This launch box is 16 feet across at the top. Normally a launch box is only about 12 feet across. In order to get the skaters more speed to get over this thing, they built a 20-foot roll-in. Now coming off the side of the roll-in is a ledge box, which is just about as high. So there's a lot of stunts built into this course. The builders have lived up to their end of the bargain. Now the skaters have got to live up to theirs.
Well, and if anybody can, look at this group. Sven Bokers, Blake Dennis, Ryan Dawes, Jaron Grobe, Ian Brown, and Sam Fogarty out of Australia. A solid group of skaters, all with different styles. Jaron Grobe right now sits in the #1 ranking in the world, followed closely by Sam Fogarty. And why not get kicked underway by the guy who's done it all, the biggest stunts over the last couple of years?
There's no doubt about it, the monster Jaron Grobe has been the #1 stunt skater on the Pro Tour for the past couple of seasons, and he has ridden that wave all the way to the top of the world rankings. Talk about riding waves. Who can forget Jaron Grobe at Hermosa Beach riding that 19-foot loop?
Well, no loops out here on this course, but as you said, Arlo, some big boxes. Jaron Grobe starting off with some tech.
Well, tech becomes stunt on that ledge, going forward porn star down that ledge with a sheer drop-off on the other side. But you know some big stuff's coming. 360 over the spine, 2 360s back-to-back, working that spine sequence, and then wall stall back into the bank. That's a creative use of the course, right into the 540 transfer. Now you see him picking up some speed.
Now he's on the far side of the course with those much smaller boxes, but making the best of it.
Right, still managing to find. Exactly. As you mentioned, this is a smaller, more tech part of the course, but Jaron's getting some good tricks over there, going sole, switching it up to the fast slide. Fast slide's where you balance on one foot. Very difficult. It's become very popular lately in street skating. Transferring, jumping across the launch box into the transition of the spine ramp. Now he's got to hustle up to the top of the roll-in with time winding down. Looks like he wants to finish off with something big. This roll-in is so big. Look at the speed they get for that box. 900.
Wow, making it look easy. He went so high that he was able to just drift up and over, spin kind of slow.
And he's still going. Alley fishbrain right into the backside Farfignugan. And you're exactly right. On that 900 over the box, usually he has to spin that thing so fast because there are so many rotations. But because he's got so much speed and this box is so big and so wide across, look at how slow he's able to rotate that thing. Looks more like a 540 than 900.
90.75, a solid first run score to get things kicking. Up next, the Australians, the seasoned veteran Sam Fogarty, and the rookie wonderkind, it's Ian Brown coming up. The ASA Pro Tour at the Mobile Skate Park Series is brought to you by Yoo-Hoo, America's favorite chocolate drink, skates on or skates off. By Paul Mitchell, the style in lifestyle sports. And the White Marsh Mall in Baltimore, Maryland, an affiliate of the Rouse Company. We are in the midst of the first round of competition here on the street course at the White Marsh Mall in Baltimore, Maryland. It's the ASA Pro Tour. Jaron Grobe sits on top right now with a solid first run score. He's one of 10 competitors that get 2 65-second runs. Only the better of those two count. And our next skater up is a rookie, but he already has a win under his belt.
Ian Brown is... Yeah, this is his first time competing on the pro circuit as well, so I'm sure Ian's going to do really well as well because he's got that way of skating and he can handle himself under pressure.
He'll probably get Rookie of the Year if he can handle the pressure and stuff.
Well, it seems like he can handle the pressure. Came out and surprised everyone at the World Team Challenge. But now this is his first ASA Pro Tour stop. And after one run, doing pretty well for himself, posting a respectable 80.5.
Hi, I'm Sam Fogarty. I'm from Melbourne, Australia. I skate for K2, Eulogy, Kaiser, Bolle, and XSIQ. Some of my favorite tricks would probably be, I like to launch big over spines, like big 360s, and big hip transfers as well I like, and that's probably my favorite tricks. And I think just the feeling of like floating through the air and launching from one ramp to the other ramp, it's just a good feeling.
Well, he's been riding that good feeling for a few years now. The last 2 years in a row, Sam Fogarty's been voted the best all-around for street and vert. He ranks really well in competitions. He's pretty consistent.
Starting out with 2 technical grinds, going kind grind, and then right into the alley-oop soul. And then headed for the air, which is, by his own admission, his favorite place to be. But he is more than confident on the rails. That's why he's become one of the best in the world, why he's always rated the top all-around skater. Trying to go disaster alley-oop fish brain, but not quite able to hold on to it. It's almost made harder by the fact that those rails are so low. Hard to go to disaster into a rail that is so low.
Well, there's the drifting he likes talking about. He likes to float transfers. Sam Fogarty's a guy who you will actually see air out of a vert ramp, right off the side.
If you watch him long enough, sure, you may see that. Alley-oop topside soul, fakie 360 back in. And the crowd loves it.
Yes, they do. Sam Fogarty, here's how he got started. Very nice with the kind grind, all the way down. Decent landing. And the German judge gives him an 82.50. That puts him up in second place. Well suited for this course is Ryan Dawes. He, Blake Dennis, and last year's #1, Sven Bokerst, up next.
You're watching the ASA at the White Marsh Mall in Baltimore.
The White Marsh Mall is my favorite mall. There are like over 150 shops and it's so beautiful inside with its huge ceilings and lots of trees. I mean, it's got everything.
Yo, you got the world famous Drew Capone up in the house, the black glove radiators struck down in your...
I think it's great that the Mobile Skate Park series is here at the White Marsh Mall. Kids can come out and see the top pro skaters in person.
Everybody knows the name of the game. Kick back, relax, and beat rhyme for the rain. Come on, how could you maintain?
Free concerts.
Everybody knows the name of the game. Kick back,
love the band.
I'll be your resident, run-of-the-mill MC, killing reverend. Ready like Tevin.
Did I mention free?
The legend. I'm iron like a lion in Zion. I'm not dying. My crew is staying high as we advance like the Mayans. Amaya Angelou, Abaya and your crew. I fly you how to do. I fly around.
Everyone loves coming to this mall.
It's got everything.
You thought it was Baroque by the color and the stroke. The lovers to the lokes is familiar with the droopy. Hopping through the hood, blowing smoke like Gazuki.
Zoom in on this guy, Ryan Dawes, next skater up. All season long, and even last season, he started showing his stunt style of skating.
Ryan Dawes has really made a name for himself on the Pro Tour by going out in every contest, throwing some big tricks, finding creative lines.
When I go to a course and I try and put together a line, I usually look at the places that people usually start and find the most complete opposite spot and do everything backwards or as weird as I can think. Like the normal person would do it this way, here's how I'm gonna do it.
That's exactly what he tried in the first round of competition, but went down and paid the price. Right now sits in 4th place.
Like Dennis is, I think he's just been lacking that one big trick, and as soon as he has a big trick, he's placed second so many times, and I think that's because he doesn't have a big spin like a 900, but he has the most technical grinds out of anyone.
And besides that, he has such a clean style on the street.
Starting out fakie 720, wedge to wedge, and as you can see, really raising the technical elements. Goes topside acid out of the fakie spin, switching up to Royale, and just spinning into and out of all these grinds. When you're gonna do it that way without the one big trick, that's the way to do it. Pack it full of technical difficulty.
But Dennis and Dawes both fall in their first run.
Sven, he always lands his stuff. Sven is always landing, everything. If you're competing against him, it'll bug you real bad because he usually lands everything. He always puts together a line. He's real technical.
That's how he got to be the #1 ranked skater in the world last season. He spent some more time studying this year, so he has dropped out of the rankings. He's not right out at the top, but now he is back and committed and refocused, trying to work his way back up in the rankings.
Wow, what a good line so far. Just look at how he links his tricks. He's got so much experience in competition. He knows to just keep moving, use the whole course. He had a nice 540 transfer, and there he gets tech up on the planner.
Right into the alley-oop fish brain, so there's no doubt about it, packing this run with difficulty. And we talked about that consistency. It's just so hard to beat when he's on. Sticks every trick. And these lines are just so good.
That, the first little miss, but he stays on his feet. It's not going to cost him like a fall would.
Backside Farfignugan across the square ledge planter box. And then coming true spin, 270 frontside Royale.
And he falls, but he falls after the buzzer. It's not really going to count at all against him. Sven Bokerst, wall to wall.
So we talk about how difficult the grinds he does are and how technical he is, but this is a huge 360 over the box. So he is mixing it up well, and he gives the judges some airs to look at as well.
Sven Bokerst with a 94 even, a solid first run score. He sits in the #1 spot right now, but things could change. The top-ranked skater, Jaron Grove, in second, still to skate again. When we come back, some of the biggest tricks of the day. Welcome back, taking a new view of the ASA Pro Tour through the eyes of the follow cam here in the street. Skate Park series with all sorts of different kinds of activities, including that footage from the best trick contest. But back to the street final, Ryan Dawes sits in 8th position, starting on the opposite side of the course.
Right, remember when Ryan talked about how important this creative line is to him, he talked about starting from the opposite side from the rest of the skaters. If everyone's starting up on that roll-in, dropping in for the launch box, Ryan's going to start right opposite of them. And watch this unconventional approach to the launch box. He just skates right around it, airing off the side of the transition into the spine ramp. So already we've seen a creative line. He's taking a different approach. Now let's see some difficult tricks. True spin, fakie 360 into the alley-oop Mizu.
Setting back up, he's used just about everything on the course. Now going up the top back section. Oop.
Well, he's wasting a lot of time in between tricks and just skating around. Ryan usually puts together super runs, and I admire the creativity of this run. It doesn't seem like he's linked the tricks as well as he could have. Yeah, now he's getting exciting, going up the railing, going up that ledge box. Most guys grind down it. He went up it, backside Royale, and then jumped into the transition. So
they got to admire the hustle.
Well, sure, he's got to hustle here at the last few seconds because he wasted so much time there in the middle of his run. But it is a strong finish to the run.
Well, sometimes skaters try to work on judges' emotion. Check him out. Backside Royale, then spinning 360 degrees full in, and then boop, little backflip here. That gets the judges excited. Hopefully that was enough. Well, right now it put him all the way up into second place.
So that little run at the end really helped his chances. We're going to take a look at the rookie, Ian Brown.
It's just taken an enormous leap, the way tricks are going and the consistency of skaters. Everybody's like hitting tricks first go, like hard tricks, big tricks, and it's just amazing. Like, it's amazing to watch and to do it as well. It's just another whole different thing. It's cool.
Welcome to the Pro Tour, Ian Brown. It's a whole different caliber of competition. These guys are the best in the world, and now Ian Brown can consider himself one of them.
Adam Kilgore also this year, his first year on the tour, he's had a really good showing as well.
You know, it's one thing to make it onto the Pro Tour. Every year, a whole new crop of rookies qualifies, but then it's another thing entirely to make a name for yourself on the Pro Tour.
Be sure to catch any of these ASA shows, all sorts of cool compilation-style shows coming up with all of those skaters that have succeeded on the tour, the biggest tricks, the biggest wrecks, all of it here. Go to asaskate.com, and we'll be back with more Street Final in just a minute.
I want to be the reign of terror. I'll be the judge of half to fate.
The ASA Pro Tour at the Mobile Skate Park Series is brought to you by Corn Nuts. Surprisingly hardcore corn snack in 7 mean flavors. Corn gone wrong. By PlayStation 2 and Cool Borders 2001. Snowboard year-round against world-class pros. The anticipation is building here in the street course as we're down to our final 2 runs. Sven Boker sits in first, but he can't rest on that score because Blake Dennis is still to skate.
That's right, Sven's going to try and pad that score. He needs to have another super run. In the first round, he did it just like we'd expect him to, with super lines, keeping that speed and throwing difficult tricks at every turn. There's a nice transfer from the spine into the transition, then right into a 540 over the channel, quarter pipe to quarter pipe. That's a fakey 540, wedge to wedge over the pyramid. Now picking up speed, headed for the planter box as he goes backside unity, but has to put his hands down. Pull right into the alley-oop fish brain, drops down to an alley-oop porn star. He knows he's got to try and bring out even more difficulty now than he probably already anticipated, because he's got to make up for that minor mishap where he put his hand down on the backside unity. Well, that's one way to do it. Fakey 360 over the gap to alley-oop soul. So after that minor misstep, it looks like Sven is really coming alive. Trick after trick after trick. There's the blind 270, frontside royale right into the fish brain. So that's a way to do it. Fill it buzzer to buzzer.
Sven Boker's 2 solid runs.
Look at this. Gonna lock on alley fish brain. Then he drops the back foot to alley porn star.
Good landing, which gave him speed to hit another one. He moves up an extra point. 95, spreading his lead even further. Now, the 7th place of Blake Dennis is misleading. Now, how many times has he been in 2nd place over the last couple of years is almost mind-blowing, but he's had his share of wins this year, starting in Bercy.
Right after that win, everybody's thought Blake Dennis was over the hump. And we're just waiting for him to break out at any time and just start winning these things consistently. Right now, he's in good position to do it. He showed a lot of promise in the first round, but not enough consistency. Here we go. Alley-oop soul, fakey 360. If he can stick his line the way it looked like he wanted to in the first round, he's got a very good shot at overtaking the lead. Fast slide, balanced all the way down the rail. Locking on just his front foot, such a difficult position to get into balance for.
Now, fast slides, people were doing them a couple of years ago, but they weren't taking them this kind of distance, that time all the way down the rail.
And then look at the creativity and the control as he goes backside royale and then switches onto the rail, backside royale. Very difficult to do.
Now remember, Blake Dennis in his first run had a bad fall relatively early in his run, so already this run's substantially better.
No doubt about it. He's got time for one last trick. He's headed for the big ledge box. Fakie, 270, topside acid, switching up to royale, and then the sunny day down the rail to finish it off. A much better run than the first round. In fact, a very good run. All around, no doubt about it. Look at the fast slide bounce all the way down the rail. That's the trick we were talking about. And then watch how he transfers. He goes backside royale, and then from the grind, he jumps to another backside royale. That takes a lot of control.
91.25 for Blake Dennis. Congratulations to him. Bridesmaid once again, however. Sven Bokerst, he admitted he didn't do his best, biggest tricks, but a solid run. And Ryan Dawes with third moves up in the rankings.
So we've got a much bigger course here in Baltimore, Maryland, and no one skated it better this weekend than Sven Bokerst. He is our champion here at the ASA Pro Tour. Sven, you won a lot of contests last year. This is your first one this year, and it comes kind of late in the season. What's been the difference?
I don't know, maybe because I didn't skate so much in the winter, and I mean that I won this competition. It's really important for me to have the good feeling for the gravity games. I'm really happy I won at least one competition this year.
Well, even if they weren't his hardest tricks, he had enough good tricks to win this contest in Baltimore.
A special thanks to the White Marsh Mall here in Baltimore, Maryland, part of the Rouse Companies, for being such a great host. Let's take a look at this week's Corn Nuts Sick Trick on the Street. No doubt, Jaron Grobe, the monster, going upside down with a huge transfer into the tower. And that is this week's Corn Nuts Sick Trick.
Is that a good one?
Hotel accommodations provided by the Sheraton Baltimore North, the perfect spot for your business and social needs. The Sheraton Baltimore North, we are who is taking care of you. And a huge thank you to WHFS, home of the HF Festival. Also thank you to Evolve Board Shop, the Aegis newspaper, and Rocky Talkie. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
We're in Huntington Beach, California, back for round two, something they call the contour course. Now, last time when we visited this course was in Hermosa, and the highlight of the show was this 19-foot loop. Back then, everyone thought it was impossible. That's until two skaters by the name of Randy Marino and Jaron Grobe came along and conquered it. Well, now all the skaters know it's possible, so we'll see a lot of guys attempting it. They're going to have to find something new, though, to distinguish themselves this week. So we built this coping across from quarter pipe to quarter pipe with about a 16-foot drop right in the middle. We built a lot of challenges into this course. Now we're going to see if the skaters are up to the challenge.
Well, this crew of skaters definitely has stepped up to many challenges over the past couple of years. The Texas contingent, when you put them all together, are virtually unstoppable. Fabiola Da Silva is going to give it her best shot. She's got a couple new tricks she wants to take to the contour. And, of course, this guy, Aaron Feinberg, known for big, crazy tricks and tech as well.
No one over the years has built more of a reputation for stunt skating than Aaron Feinberg. Year in and year out, he always comes up with some of the most innovative and difficult moves.
Earning many trophies and many medals, was the #1 ranked skater 2 years running for his big stunts. Sean Robertson, one of the originators of going big on the park.
Well, once Sean Robertson started doing these big transfers, who would have known that the Texas scene would have become such a dominant factor in trick skating contests?
Last year, Ryan Dawes came onto the scene and really set people's eyes on him. This year, he's actually got some wins under his belt, taking a new look to the course, trying some big tricks based on gymnastics moves, but taking them to a whole new level. And what do you know, he's got some super tech ability as well with huge disaster tricks.
It's no surprise that Ryan Dawes and Randy Marino grew up skating together. You can see the excitable style in both of their skating. Randy Marino mixing it up on the rails, but he has really excited us with his go for broke attitude. The first one ever to land the loop that happened back in Hermosa Beach. So this will only be the second time that any of these riders have seen it.
And you can bet they're going to want to hit it again. However, this course is so diverse, you could win on just about any obstacle.
It's a good course. It's the best course that I've seen for a best trick. I want things like this at every competition. It's really fast.
25-foot, full pipe. It's pretty much an all-around thing. For the street skaters, there's the rails, of course, launch box, vert walls. Has a lot of options.
You got nutty stuff to do on it. Well, it's a little dangerous too, so it's like possible to die on this.
It's my kind of course. It's just crazy stuff.
And we're going to see some of that crazy stuff when we come back. It's the nuttiest skaters doing the biggest tricks here on the Contour. The ASA Pro Tour at Phillips Fusion is brought to you by Yoo-Hoo, America's favorite chocolate drink, skates on or skates off. By Corn Nuts, surprisingly hardcore corn snack and 7 mean flavors. Corn gone wrong. By Paul Mitchell, the style in lifestyle sports. The ASA's top street skaters are out here on a very special course. You could just feel the anticipation.
It's built for pretty much an all-around skater. They got rails for true street skaters. I'm more of a street skater, so you'll see me on the rails. I don't know about no full pipe or flips and stuff, but it's here to have fun. It's good for stunt street skaters, though, to try something crazy.
Well, here's how it works. 10 skaters out here are going to get 2 attempts per run, and they take the best of that run. So basically, one trick will determine the winner here.
Ryan Daw is going to start things out. When you talk about stunt skaters, he is one of the few at the top of that list, and that's not the way that's supposed to work. The hard part was supposed to be the rail slide. Launching Disaster Royale. We've seen him attempt to spin into that, but you see, he just lost his footing on that quarter pipe. But that's all right, they'll judge the trick, because he landed the trick and rolled away from it.
So an 86 to get things started off. John Julio wizard on the rails. Topside acid. Switch topside acid. Very nice.
See, he locks on with the back foot. That would be his left foot, and he's going to come right to the next rail, switch it up, locking on with the right foot.
In 88, John Julio moves up into the first spot.
Just goes to show you that you can interpret this course in a lot of different ways. John Julio bringing some of that NorCal street style. Now Aaron Feinberg, he's always got some innovative moves. Locking on fast slide across the flat and down. This is one of the most difficult tricks in street skating right now, trying to balance just on the front foot. Looks like he may have touched his back foot for 1 second there in the middle.
92, but if he can pull that off completely flawlessly, you know that score is going to go way up.
Carlos Pianowski, this is a wild guy out of Brazil. Shows up to contests, doesn't always finish at the top, but he always comes out and throws very difficult moves. And you can see that right here, trying to go wall ride into the backside Royale, and then getting hung up in the Corn Nuts inflatable. So trying to do a lot with that trick and able to save himself by hanging on to the rail. And he's got the cushioned fall.
So Carlos going for some big stunts. Wall ride to backside Royale. Now Sean Robertson, he's no stranger to big trick contests.
Nope, he's been doing it for a long time. And in practice, he was talking about some creative ideas he had. There's a big carved backflip over the gap. Back in the day, they'd call that thing a custard chucker.
Wow. Huge. That gap in between is 12 feet, and he just nailed it probably with about 4 feet to spare.
This park is made for people who are just like the best all-around skaters.
Well, it's definitely made for guys who like to go nuts. That's for sure. Taking it to the rail, Randy Marino. Little Disaster frontside Royale.
Just getting things started out. Interesting to note that both Ryan Daltons and Randy Marino, these two guys that skate together all the time in Texas, come out with the same first trick.
And almost nailing the same score. Now, Fabiola Da Silva taking her drop. You don't usually see her come into contests like this. Big upside down, almost a flat spin, 540.
Well, showing you why she entered. She's got a new trick that she's been working on clearly. Flat spin 540. It'll be nice to see her throw that in competition down the road.
An 82 even puts her in 6th place right now. Now, Bubba Yada has been trying the loop in practice, and he felt that he had it wired.
He was so comfortable with it. He was doing it with headphones on. Apparently he did it like 6 times in a row. But now when the pressure's on, having some trouble with it. It just goes to show you, you cannot take this thing for granted. You may think that you have it, but you have to respect it every time.
So as we stand right now, Aaron Feinberg with a 92 sits on top. Sean Robertson, John Julio, and Ryan Dawes. And a few guys still having yet to land their first attempt. When we come back, you can bet they're going to be stepping it up even more.
What's it gonna take?
Welcome back to Huntington Beach. It's the ASA Pro Tour. The street skaters taking it to the contour course.
I choose. I bring one day out till 10. I got a job I hate and I'm already late. I overslept again. I think I'm gonna hide cause it's cold outside and pull the sheets over my head. The world has gotta wait while I hibernate. I think I'll stay in bed. I think I'll stay in bed. Again, a mattress has a hold to me.
Lot going on here at the Phillips Fusion, but right now all attention is on this guy, Marco DeSanti out of Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Saw Marco in the bowl competition. Not quite sure what he's going to do out here on the contour course. Big flat spin 540, so he's brought a vert move down to the contour course, found a gap that he could clear with it. And that's what you end up with. Flat spin 540 over the channel.
Solid score, 84, puts him in 6th place. Now it's time to get educated with our friends, the Texans.
How are we doing today, especially you ladies? We are out here at Huntington Beach, California. My name is Randy Marino. I'm Ryan Dawes. And we from Texas. We the Texas boys. We're going to talk to you today about 540s. Yes, that is 540s, not 540s, but 540s. Excuse me, sir. Do you know what a 540 is?
A what?
540.
No.
Do you have no idea? You got a nice motorcycle, that's for sure. I would just like to know if you know what a 540 is.
Is it a surf maneuver?
No. Oh, wait, you are getting very close, my friend. There are many different kinds of 540s. I believe my favorite would be the flat spin 540. And then we have corkscrew 540s. Do you know, what's your favorite 540?
My 5 what?
540.
I don't know what that is.
What? The ladies often run from me. I do not know why. I believe they do not feel my southern hospitality. What would your favorite 540 be? I think my favorite 540 would include doing it fakie, which is going backwards, and then going upside down, which is a bio motion. So basically a fakie bio 540 is my favorite, I think. Excuse me, coming through here. Pardon me, officer. How are you doing today? Do you know what a 540 is?
Let me see your ID.
I don't have any ID.
See the yellow line where that's for?
Do you know what a 540 is? You should know what a 540 is.
What's a 540?
It's when you jump up in the air and spin around 1.5 times. So now you know what a 540 is,
I knew
right?
what it was. I saw it.
So you better... Tell me your favorite 540.
The one that you jump up in the air a little bit and you come down and spin.
That is the first correct answer all day. This is Randy Marino and Ryan Dawes. And that has been our Trictionary. Nobody knows what a 540 is in California? Stay away from the police. Deuce, deuce.
Deuce, peace.
We'll see y'all later.
Now, Bubba Yada missed his first attempt. Here he goes for number 2. Oh!
Going down hard on his backside, and luckily there's a lot of people around that can take a look at him. Let's see if we can see what happens. He comes all the way around the loop and then just loops out, gets off balance, and slides out. His feet come right from out from underneath him, and he slams down hard on his backside. That's too bad. You hate to see that happen.
Bubba's looked like he actually rang his bell a little bit. Well, after one run of competition, Bubba Yada missed twice on a trick he had wired in practice. Aaron Feinberg is our current leader, but there's still one more attempt, and it's only the better of those two that count here in the final.
Check it out. One time for your mind like this.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California. It's the Phillips Fusion and the Contour course.
The loop is just huge and scary, and I don't know, I might try it if I get pumped up enough.
A loop? Oh, hell no. I'm scared of that thing. It's pretty crazy, but I'm not trying to kill myself on a loop today.
We were talking with our team manager from K2 saying that we want every competition to be as scary as the contour competition in Hermosa.
Well, scary indeed. This has got all the elements, depending on how these guys want to push it. And so far, Bubba's is 0 for 2, trying the full loop. Ah, make that 0 for 3 going down hard.
So he really seems to have been taken out of his game. He seemed really focused all through the practice session, and now that the contest is on, Bubba's is just not able to get it wired and paying the price.
So Bubba still has yet to post a score at all. Sean Robertson at least has the huge backflip, sort of the custard chucker as you said before. Oh!
Well, there's a different approach to the loop. Rather than go all the way around it, Sean jumps from the top of one transition straight across to the other, coming back down fakie. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges score that. Well, it's not high enough to overtake his first score. That backflip's going to stand, and he will stay in second position.
Now, Randy Marino started out with the Disaster Royale, but he's the first guy ever to do the loop. He's going for it here. Wow. He made it look easy.
Well, that was a lot prettier than the first time he did it at Hermosa. Randy looks confident going around this thing. His feet are on it all the way around. He just rides it out like what?
94, that puts him right now in first place.
Well, you've got to wonder now with some of the tech riders still left to skate if that loop is going to be enough to win this contest. Because we've already seen Randy do it. We saw him do it the first time we ever approached this loop. There's a lot of different obstacles out there.
Oh, Bubba stays on his feet now. Didn't look quite as pretty, but he held it together. I think finally he feels like he's got it. Going up and around right there. You can see his arms swing around like, whoa, hold it together.
His feet actually left the loop for a moment there. Reminiscent of the first time Randy did it, but it's not going to be enough to put him really in contention to win this thing, but you like the perseverance, you like to see him finally stick it and conquer his demon.
Speaking of sticking it, Aaron Feinberg's going to try to make magic on that rail, and we've got a few skaters with their biggest stunts still to come.
The future has arrived. ASAskate.com. Catch some airs with some of the most extreme athletes in the world without leaving your seat. Feed your mind. Feed your habit. Plug in to the cutting-edge lifestyle. Shop the ASA e-store. Get the latest videos, music, and fashion.
Man turns analog.
For everything skating, ASAskate.com.
ASA Pro Tour at Philips Fusion is brought to you by Philips Electronics, making things better all the time. By Norelco, put it to the test. And for all the latest on skating, check out ASAskate.com. Feed your habit. We are getting down to the wire. A lot of huge tricks on the contour course here at the ASA Pro Tour in Huntington. Shane Scour needs to step it up, try something unique.
With so many stunts built into this course, you like to see a skater who comes out and finds something that no one else even saw. And Shane even putting a line together, coming out of that unique grind. Watch how he jumps up onto the rail. This is like a far side royale. Frontside royale, and there's about a 20-foot drop on the other side of that railing before he jumps back into the rolling. Very dangerous move, and then he has enough composure and speed to pull off a 900 over the box.
Rewarded, 92 puts him in a tie for second place right now. And Ryan Dawes going for the huge kamikaze 180. He nailed it this time. Earlier he tried it and actually put a hole right in the flooring.
Well, watch what he's doing. He launches all the way over the box and clears the entire landing ramp. So that's a lot of speed coming down. Able to roll away from it.
They gotta love the unique spirit. He actually gets the same score for that he did for his disaster royale.
Aaron Feinberg posted a good first round score without even sticking that thing flawlessly. That was a much better attempt at it. In fact, that was pretty perfect. Fast slide, balanced on one foot, and he's balanced on the front foot, so it's so hard to get in the balanced position and able to hold it all the way through, flat and down. Very, very difficult.
Well, that is easily the most tech thing we've seen, and no surprise he came from Aaron Feinberg. 98! Wow. The judge is definitely impressed. He sits well out in front right now.
Carlos not posting a score yet is only because he hasn't landed it. Doesn't do justice to how difficult this is. Going wall ride, true spin alley-oop topside sole. Now, a true spin alley-oop topside would be a difficult trick on any rail, but add to that the fact that he's about 15 feet in the air.
Well, Andy's got to go over a gap, so he's got to get a certain amount of distance, and he's doing a wall ride into it.
There's a lot going on here, and this is very, very dangerous.
Bang, there's the wall ride across. Perfect.
That is awesome. That is really, really awesome. Very dangerous, very technical. That is exactly what you expect from a best trick contest. Watch what he does, how he bounces off the wall and then has to spin true spin over the top of the rail before he locks on topside alley-oop sole and then jump into the other transition. So dangerous.
Wow, 96. Carlos Pianowski sits in second behind Aaron Feinberg. 3 huge tricks, very different from each one of them. There's your top 3. Aaron Feinberg takes the gold, or rather the loop.
Last time we were on the contour course, we saw guys winning doing the loop. This week you won with a more technical trick. Why don't you tell me about that trick? What made it so difficult?
Well, it's one of the hardest tricks out there right now, and I was just trying to bring something new that I did last time. You know, like I could vary it from one grind to the fast slide, but launching up to it, just the fast slide and balancing your weight without dropping your other leg, it's pretty hard. And I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to pull it or not, but you know, you got to go all out in these things and try to, you know, do the best you could do.
Well, you stuck with your trick. Technicality was rewarded, and he skates away with the contour course trophy.
Carlos did that wall ride to true spin topsail into the across the gap, and I was like, that better take at least at least second. Wasn't sure if it beat Aaron. I knew it'd be me. I wanted it. I was like totally cool with that. I want to see competitions end up how they should like be ranked.
I have to like do my best here, because if I don't do my best in the comps, how can I stay here? Like I don't have money to stay, like if I don't get like placed in the comps. So I just try to do my best, and I'm always gonna do that. Like how can I stop?
And rewarded with his back against the wall. What a great combination. This is the corn nut sick trick. Carlos Pianowski, no sponsors, needed the money, nailed second place with an amazing combination trick. it for the stunts here at the contour course. Thanks for hanging with us from Huntington Beach. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Cab 1080s, once again having trouble landing forwards, so he ended up landing fakie, and he brought around to a cab 1260, which was just something that a couple of years ago unthought of. Shane Yost has come out this year and just brought it to a whole new level. The guys, trained really hard, really focused. And out in Frankfurt this year, we had a ramp, that allowed him to go for the forwards to forward 1260, which spinning fake is one thing. It's a little bit easier than spinning forwards, but a forward to forward 1260 is the most phenomenal trick ever. Unheard of, unthought of. Shane pulled it out, and now, 4 weeks later, he's pulling it off left, right, and center, telling us that he's going to go for the, 1420 or 1660 or whatever it is. I don't know, I'm losing count.
Spins first came about with a guy called Chris Edwards on Vert. Vert skating is where sort of aggressive skating very first started to be noticed anyway. Like there was guys out on the street, but people didn't really pay any attention to it until it actually got in the air. And Chris Edwards was the first one to do a big spin with a spin called a McTwist, and he'd do a style Japan McTwist, which still to this day people can't copy. It was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
I remember buying like Daily Bread #2, the blue issue, way a long time ago, like on the front ramp. Like everybody's just standing like this. Burke, you can see with a wife beater. He's just like, and Judah Stella McTwist. Oh, I was like, oh my God, this can be done.
This year in Vert, there's been quite a few kind of advances, if you'll call it that. Sessa, first of all, landing a fakie 1260 after his run, and then Shane Yost in Europe pulling a forwards 1260, which in my opinion is harder, but I'm a kind of skater who likes landing backwards, whereas Shane Yost likes landing forwards, so for him it's a lot easier. Well, I wouldn't call it easy at all, but...
For me, to land fakie is very hard. My knees are a little susceptible to certain knocks, and when I land fakie on my knees, it tends to hurt a lot. So I prefer not to land fakie, I prefer to land forwards. Plus, by landing forwards, I get to see where I am in relation to the rest of the ramp and what I have to do to alter, like what I have to do to land it. So for me, landing forwards is a lot easier, but a lot of guys out there like to land fakie because it feels a lot more natural and it feels easier. But for me, it's definitely forward.
Now it's to the point where it's not enough just to have a huge vocabulary of tricks, be able to do 540, 720, all that stuff. You have to have a huge vocabulary of tricks both ways. I mean, it seems like every guy now, you have to go out and learn every trick both ways.
That was some of the big things this year in vert skating, in terms of spinning anyway.
Thanks, Scott. It seems like these tricks just keep evolving. Not only do you have to go big and spin more, but now there's different variations of spins. So when we get back to Fort Myers, Florida, we're going to take a look at corkscrews and flat spins.
Scotty, one of those guys, who do you think that we've seen do some alley switch airs or any of this switch airs? I think Ty Chris.
Yeah, definitely. When he was in Europe, it was pretty
Sweden,
crazy. Yeah,
that was pretty crazy. Yeah, Sweden I saw him do a couple alley airs. I think that just the thing that makes it more difficult is that you're not on your regular air, it doesn't feel the same when you air this way than your switch. So
Tig was going super high doing them, which again, I mean, it's hard enough to go high on a vert ramp as it is,
then
but let alone to go switch, which is one of the amazing things about Tig. He has the ability to actually do that, and in Sweden we actually saw him pull that out in his runs.
You've got guys like Tig Chris and Matt Solana who are really taking the creative palette to a whole new level. They can't quite spin as many rotations as Shane and Sessa, but you've got a guy like Matt Solano who spins switch and regular so easily. I mean, you cannot tell which way is his regular spin, which is just incredible. And now Ty Chris is coming out. Not only is he spinning switch, but he's changing the axis of his spin, which is something that's really hard to do. If you look at Setzer and Shane, they can both spin amazing rotations, but they have trouble changing the axis of their spin. What I mean by that is Tig and Matt, they can twist, they can corkscrew, they can lay flat on any of their spins, which opens up their repertoire, 3 times. Which is just a skill that not many pro skaters have. Tiger's come out this year, he trained in France, and he's learnt the corkscrew 720, which is just a totally different looking 720. And then you got Matt Solano, who's just switching up every which way in his spin.
And also, like Chris, they sort of were the first ones to really make it a thing, like spinning both ways and making it look like both ways were natural.
I mean, it's a whole half of skating turning the other way.
Yeah.
You limit yourself by a half if you don't turn the other way. From the crowd will look at it and they will not know any difference between a switch and a regular. But the judges and all the skaters realize how hard it is. It is like riding with your left hand, It's really hard.
That's basically what it is. I mean, if you spin this way, you just throw your body like this. This is the way you're comfortable. But imagine the same thing, but on the opposite way. So that's what makes the truth. I mean, anything that's switch or true spin is kind of, extremely difficult, and you get much more points on the judging side,
Rollerblading is the best.
Style. Not really too much that you can do about style. It's pretty much just the way you learn how to skate, and the way you can skate, and the way you put out your feelings towards skating and stuff.
I guess that's where style comes from. It's the word how you do it. I don't really think about, I got, look like this when I do this trick. It's more like you gotta be able to do it first,
Like the trend is to be like the hip hop thing, you know what I mean? Like so many people are just like, I gotta do it like this and that. Like a lot of kids out there will look up to their skater, like I don't want to say any names, well, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of Dustins out there. There's a lot of John Julios and Josh Petties, like kids that just analyze what they do to like the very hand stroke, you know what I mean? And it's cool, whatever they want to do, that's cool. But like, you should take the initiative and do something. And who cares, you know what I mean? Like, because it's so obvious, like, watching a kid and they do something identical to what they do. Because it's like, dude, you can be yourself and it wouldn't matter just as long as it feels good,
It's all about individuality. I mean, when you put skates on and how you skate and how you do grinds and stuff like that, that's your style. That's exactly what style is how you see rollerblading. I mean, how I go to sleep at night and how I see that is how I want myself to be portrayed. Like, that's how I want to be able to do a trick. And I don't think if I do a trick, I won't do it till I see that it's right in my mind. Like, I won't do it, I won't say I've done it until I've done it right in my mind. And that's style, that's my style.
One skater has made a huge name for himself in the sport by going super huge with nice style is Jonathan Bergeron.
I'm here now with John Bergeron. John has an interesting hobby that's actually paying off. He's coming out with his own rap CD. It's gonna be featured in one of my videos. It's all that's pretty good. He freestyles a lot. Goes out to clubs. I've seen him jump on stage with people before and get down.
You know my game, everything is all the same when I drop the fame. You know my name, John B, coming at you for free. You ain't paying the fee for us to see me defeat every MC on concrete. From Montreal to NYC, what you wanna peep is a nice Z3, not a caddy. And that's the WV, is the type of lady that I get groovy. Up in VIP, damn I feel it.
Hey, you want me to try out? I wanna be on the CD. All right, John B, kicking it for you here. Right. ASA.
Hey, don't go anywhere. I bet we'll be right back.
Maki Komori, they really focused on being in sync. Timing was everything, but they actually threw some difficult tricks.
We put together the best run in all of triples history.
Well,
You're a little bit over the top there, John, but we'll go with it. You definitely had the most entertaining run. These guys know how to have fun. And watch your eye.
Lightsabers and all. Eitan, Manuel, and Scott Crawford, all very talented skaters. Give them too much, and they really skate horribly. The triples, just a time to have some fun and get the crowd into it.
You heard it from Mark Chase.
These guys, Matt Salerno, Cesar Mora, Mike Budnick, three of the most consistent skaters in the world. They had some fun linking some tricks and throwing some difficult spins. Cesar Mora at 1080 in the middle.
Ty, Javier, and Sven. Those are three names you don't want to hear when you're competing. These guys had the most technical run and won first place, as a matter of fact. Check this out.
All those difficult tricks we were talking about, they threw all of them. Got those spins, eggplant McTwists, 900s, the works. A well-deserved triples victory.
You want to talk about creativity? This guy right here invented creativity. Look at that.
Blake Dennis spinning to win and then up through the rhythm section, completely faking the whole. One thing that adds difficulty to a trick is style, believe it or not. Matt Salerno just tweaking everything around the course. Nice top soles up on the sub box. He had a lot of difficult tricks.
I mean, there's only so much you can say about Aaron Feinberg. This guy has every trick in the book. He's very smooth and he's not afraid of anything.
But the X Games street belonged to Nicky Adams. So many difficult tricks this guy pulls, all looking super good. Nicky Adams at only 16 years old, the second Canadian to win on street.
And back over on Vert, Chris Edwards shows some of his signature tricks.
Cesar Mora took it to the coping a bit more than he has in most competitions.
And if one Australian isn't enough, here's another one. Matt Salerno spinning his way to the top.
But the king of the day, Eito Yasutoko, who mixed it up on the coping and went huge with his 540 and 720 flat spins. Some new tricks unveiled at the X Games and some new champions as well.
Got a guy like Eito Yasutoko, who a couple of years ago came up with the flat spin. People were just amazed at what this was.
When it comes to flat spins, it was a trick that really just started last year, and people like Javier and Tig and a lot of Europeans started doing them, and then it worked its way over to the States, and now you've got people like Shane and Ty Chris who are doing flat spin 900s, and even if it doesn't look as clean as, say, one of Cessa's 720s, it's still, they've only been doing it for a couple of months, and with time, it's definitely the future of spinning.
I don't wanna be a lost Picasso.
Ty Chris, I think he was the first guy to do it on Burke.
There was actually he actually learned it off a little kid in Europe, like a 14-year-old kid in Europe.
Tobias?
I think it was Tobias, yeah. Like Tom Fry went to Europe after he learnt them over a spine and showed Tobias how to do them, and he was actually the first one to land one on Vert. That's my understanding of it anyway.
When we come back, we're going to shift gears to the street and one of the world's most respected skaters, Eric Shrine.
I'm square, don't like the clothes I wear, the way I comb my hair, the way I sit and stare at you. It's just a game to take the spotlight off of me. I'm just afraid of what you might think.
I used to look up to Eric Shrine a lot, and I met him and I got to meet him. He was a nice guy, and I liked him. We got to become best friends, and everywhere we went, like I started traveling with him everywhere I went. He always represented for rollerblading, and he always made it so that like he had a good time there, and he could tell he has a good time. And everywhere he went, he's made it so that he represented for rollerblading, like showing skating in a kind of an untouchable form. He always do some crazy stuff. The guy's been around for a long time, and I respect what he's been doing, and I hope he keeps doing it.
Eric Shrine is the most respected street skater, or one of the most respected. Unbelievable.
He's really well respected all around the world. All the skaters know him. Eric Schrein is just a cool person himself. You know, you'll see him if you check him out on his profile. He's just a great guy. He's cool as hell.
As soon as I started grinding, I was like, man, this is it. This is what I want to do. I guess the thing that makes me stick with it is just the feeling of when you put your mind to something, like a certain grind, a gap, whatever, and like you know it's difficult, and you keep trying it, and you fall, and you keep trying it, and keep trying it. Just the feeling that you get when you pull it, you know, to the point where you can't pull it any better. You like do it any better. It's just like it's a rush, and like I don't know, it's just a feeling that I don't know that you can't explain. It's just so good.
Eric's the dopest. He's really dedicated, so that's what makes him cool, and he never gives up. That's what I like about him.
If you're known as to like people as like a good person, then that would be like a good way of success, you know? Because it's like, dude, you know, you can be yourself, and it wouldn't matter just as long as it feels good, you know?
He's the type of guy that'll do anything for anyone. Like, you know, he'll go out of his way to like, you know, hook up a kid for wheels or clothes, you know, or skates if he can, you know, like whatever he can get that he doesn't need, he'll be the person to like give it away, you know. He's just there for everyone. He's an awesome person.
Picture my dad when right before he went to Vietnam. He's always been there and helped me out through every like little thing that I need to do, and he's always got my back.
All the stuff he does, I can't do. You know, I'm blind now. I've been in the war in Vietnam, and I've, you know, gotten disease when I got hepatitis and got blind. He's a world traveler, and he's doing good what he does. He's a top 10 skater. I'm very proud of him, and he's confident with, you know, with himself with that.
You know, you can't be arrogant about it if you're good. You know, they raised me just to, you know, be humble about what you do. You know, have respect for yourself and everyone else. Future for Eric Schrein. I'm going to start junior college in next fall in cinematography because I can't skate forever, so I want to, you know, kind of do something that has to do with the industry, you know, bring something back to it, and I want to film, and I'm really into it. So it's like the ultimate sports filmer or director. Whatever goes, goes, you know, as long as I'm on my feet.
Connects up and over.
Okay, Flip started out from launch ramp, which is where a lot of you probably started out off launch ramps. I know I started out skating street on launch ramps before we actually started riding vert, and it was just one of those things that people started doing. You know, Chris Edwards was front flipping off jump ramps over cars, you know, into the street and things like that, and it kind of all started and got going, and then it was really hard to make a front somersault look cool. So it got right into just spinning 360s, 540s, 720s for a long time.
And then when Tom Fry started taking the 360s and started changing the axis on that, started getting more and more bio on it. I think he was inspired actually originally by motocross when they get sideways on the airs.
Yeah, definitely.
So when Tom started doing that and the flat spins, it took the aesthetic that we were all used to in rollerblading. You could do grabs and it looked cool, you know, you could give it style. And so then flat spins started, as they got more and more inverted and people got more and more exaggerated with them, and guys like Bergeron, who really, I think, sort of took flat spins to the next level. Now Jaron Grove, but I'm talking about like 2 years ago, Bergeron, you know, his Liu Kang flat spin became his trademark, you know?
Yeah.
And so then that made the transition to where flips started coming back into style, but not just because they're flips, but because they looked like rollerblading. People were doing grabs in them and doing 540s and 720s that looked cool. And then as it got more and more inverted, eventually these guys basically were doing backflip. Hey, Bruno, what's up? Guys like Bruno doing backflip 180s.
Rollerblading had its individuality back again, you know. It wasn't related to gymnastics in any way because they didn't do it.
We came to it by our own means.
Exactly. It was an individual thing that rollerbladers made a point of doing themselves. It wasn't a go to a coach and learn how to do a flip into a foam pit, you know. It was a pure thing. I think that's the other thing it was.
When it comes to the actual street skating, people like Sven Bokhorst and Aaron Feinberg will always be amazing to watch. When you watch Sven skate, he makes tricks look so easy that if anyone out here, even all the pros went out there and tried, they'd fall. Like probably Aaron, his whole mindset about skating is unbelievable. He doesn't allow himself to become afraid of a trick. He sees something, if he feels that he could do it, he just does it. And knowing that, it's just unbelievable to watch.
When we come back, we're going to count down the best tricks of the year.
Something in the way she never looks my way. I'm in love. I'm in love. Something in the way she doesn't hear a word I say. I'm in love. I'm in love. But people say we're not the same. She's out of my league. I'm insane. Am I wasting my life waiting for you? Wasting my life waiting for you. Wasting my life waiting for you. Is it true? Am I wasting my life on you? So tell me it's not true. Something in the way she looks.
Yeah, the tricks now are just getting so technical. It's unbelievable. Because then Feinberg jumped up to Sol and then actually 270 or 360 into the transition as well. So, I mean, people now are not just doing one trick, they're linking. Like, you have to disaster off this and then spin into that and then over hop wall ride to grind this. You know, you can't just do a single trick anymore.
I know.
A Sol grind doesn't count anymore. You've got to do this to a Sol or that.
Because if you see just the grind, normal grind, if you just go and just Sol and just come down, it's like, all right, it's a Sol. You know, it's a Sol, but nowadays, like even, I don't know if you've seen the rail on the top, like you can grind that and then jump into the tranny. Something that Feinberg's he does that a lot.
He is the leader of that.
Feinberg is the leader of that. He'll always find like a rail on a gap and then just drop in. You know, things like that, it's just like connecting. It's like a combo, you know.
On street skating, one of the biggest trends is a thing called a true spin, where people are spinning. There's different ways you can spin to a rail. If you're spinning, if the rail's on your left and you spin to your left, you're gonna be able to visualize the rail. You're gonna be able to see the rail as you're spinning. So when you're spinning up, you can watch the rail the whole time and it never goes out of your line of sight. A true spin is when you do the same exact trick, but you spin the other way to it. So if the rail's on your left, you would spin to your right. That way the rail would be behind you and you completely lose sight of the rail. So you have to spot the rail, spin to your right, lose sight of the rail, and as you're coming around, try to see the rail again and lock on. And there's literally only a split second there where you finally see the rail and you've got to put your foot on. When you've got people like Dustin and John Julio and Blake Dennis like transferring to it and doing it down really gnarly handrails, I mean, no one can really comprehend how hard that is.
There's some styling creativity. Oh, from John Julio, 360 to wall ride. Again, bringing the real street back into it with Bruno. Well, I remember John Julio at...
We can't forget King Julio.
Yeah, King Julio.
King Julio.
At Salt Lake City doing the 360 over the rail.
It was like from the deck where the judges were standing. What I liked about that is how Julio mixes it up with his own street steez to the street course. So every time he will go and do that stuff, you know, it looks like he's skating street on a street course.
I know,
that makes it awesome.
I think it's amazing how quickly the vocabulary and the difficulty goes from the streets, you know, where kids are doing it out on the streets and doing it in videos, and then how it comes into something that's run in competition. I mean, to talk, you know, it's one thing to go out and shoot it for a video and, you know, you can have like 10, 20 attempts and the tricks are so hard. But now these guys are doing these tricks that are so incredible, you know, true spin, alley-oop soyal, or true spin topside, alley-oop soyal, or full cabbing into true spin topside stuff. I mean, these are things they're landing on their first try in the middle of the competition, no less. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, at Louisville, Blake Dennis did the disaster true spin alley-oop topside sol.
Topside sol.
And, in his run. It wasn't after, it was actually in his run, which is unbelievable. I mean, that's one of my favorite things of the whole year I've seen.
I just gotta give it up for him because it's really technical. It's kind of hard,
very technical.
and you know, especially on your run. You know, on your run, and a true spin too. It's like,
I know.
Boom! What the hell is he thinking?
I know. It's. I mean, it's very hard to explain the actual technicality of that trick and the actual to actually get over the fear of trying it for the first time. You know, that's a scary trick to try.
Well, here's 6 of the best tricks throughout the year as chosen by the skaters. Jaron Grove doing huge 720s up on the wall.
How about 8 toes, flat spin 720?
Sean Robertson every week tried a different variation of a nose pick 540.
And of course, you've got Sasamora pulling the 1260.
This one was fakey, but Shane Yost tried it frontwards.
And what makes it amazing, Mark, is that he landed it his first try.
And with only 15 seconds left in his run, you can't forget this one. Blake Dennis, this is the trick that got him to the X Games. SA World Championship weekend and winter home of Thomas Edison.
Mark, I bet you didn't know this. Thomas Edison registered over 1,900 patents on his inventions, one of which was the light bulb, which makes it a lot easier for us to skate at night. Thanks a lot, Tom.
Of course, the Vert competition took place at night, and World Championships weekend actually was the culmination of 9 different events, plus diversity and all of the breakdancing. And of course, the way it ended was on a huge note, the best trick competition.
That's right, after the Vert finals, Mark, they turned this half pipe into one big trick contest fun box. A 22-foot launch, a gap over that, and the rest of the half pipe to go off.
An event like this, I think, I mean, every year it should be the one that beats the regular season events. I mean, and just makes the whole year, you know, I want it to bring back memories from the whole prior year, and it does that. You know, everyone comes together. You have all the AMs here. You have everybody hanging out together, and it's good, man. It's good for all of us to see what's coming up, and for the AMs to see what's happening on the big scene, and I like it. You know, it's good to end the year like this.
And this is how it works. We have 15 competitors. They each get 3 attempts to land the best trick that they can do, judged by a panel of 8, and they win a whopping $5 grand.
Notably, Sean Robertson, this guy always goes big. Of course, Chris Edwards, Bergeron, Matt Salerno, Joe Ackler, who won last year's Best Trick of the Year, and this guy, Matt Lindenmuth, the #1 ranked skater of 1998 on Vert. And Brian, you're going to see these guys do a lot of setup airs just to make sure they have exactly the right pump.
They're trying some of the hardest tricks done in rollerblading, Mark, so they do have to make sure they take off. Like, he's traveling over that gap, so if he doesn't set up and take off at the right point, it could mean disaster. See how close he came?
900-degree spin. Didn't nail it, landed a little bit low, but he gets 2 more attempts. Sean Robertson does so many different types of tricks.
Sean can hurl his body up to the air like a cat and always land on his feet. Look at that, a huge backflip. Very nice.
Backflip traveled 12 feet across the gap. Just imagine if you're, say, 6 inches short.
I am, Mark.
Up next, Chris Edwards. Chris is a Vert dog, but every year he goes huge off the launch box. There, going for a 900.
Ooh, he'll feel that one in the morning.
Going down super hard. He tried it 2 different times, each attempt falling hard.
Do you know what's amazing about that, Mark? It's 22 feet long, and he landed in the middle of the transition. That guy was moving.
A good 30-foot, 900-degree rotation, but he didn't land on his feet.
Ooh! Ah! Ooh! Shane Saviors going down big. Try to topside alley-oop solo. That's almost blind. That took guts. I think I see his guts, actually.
Shane Saviors trying to get technical. You have to be exactly on. His back foot falls off. He then tries to catch himself, and boom, right here hits his head.
Maybe he was going for some kind of gymnastics move. I don't know.
He does get 2 more attempts. Shane Saviors, big cojones. Jake Elliott, super creative. He tries different things.
That's called an acid drop, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big drop. Notice the impact. Boom, you just crush.
Not able to stay on his feet because he didn't have a down ramp to roll down on. Jonathan Bergeron, the Bergenator, getting super technical. He's been trying this in warm-ups.
Ooh, alley-oop wall ride 270 to Soul. He almost locked on, just missing a little bit.
The trick there, you have to nail the heel on the coping. If you don't do it, then you're not really hitting the sole.
This scares me. Salerno looking big. Oh my, what a big drop that was. And he's gonna feel that one on his knees. Look at that, off the extension, way down. You gotta land on the transition on the top if you're gonna make that one, Matt.
If you get too close to the platform, you're going to hang your toes up and pummel your head into the flat bottom. If you pull out too far like you did, there's no way to land it.
Joe Ackler up next. This guy has come on the scene, Mark, and he's really been impressing a lot of people. He's incredibly technical. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve for us. Little setup air, getting ready.
2 setups. It's got to feel the pump right. He likes to do disaster to grinds.
Oh, that would have been the most difficult trick I ever saw. It was a 540 to topside alley-oop sole true spin. Look at that. He almost pulled that off. If he was in the ramp a little more, he would have done it. That would have just set it off right there.
Joe Ackler gets another try. Up next, 13 years old, Takeshi Yasutoko, the youngest pro on the tour. And this kid has become so talented that he's virtually fearless.
It's amazing how these little guys just wind up and go. Let's see what he's going to pull here. He's going over the gap. A nice frontside royale, and he really locked out of that one, but it is lacking a little bit of difficulty. He's going to have to pull something like a variation if he wants to keep up with the rest of these guys. Look at that, though. If you miss, Ichi.
Last year, he tried the soul grind over and over, wasn't able to pull it all the way. This time, at least he clears it. Shane Savior's going back for more. Frontside torque, that's a lot more difficult than the Royale.
I'd say, Mark, that this is probably the most difficult trick I've seen so far. That is a perfect torque slide right over the gap, right in the transition. Good control and good style.
I guess when you're competing for $5,000, the pain disappears pretty quick.
I don't feel a thing.
Jeremy Penachini over the box.
Oh,
going for a 1080.
Bio at that, Mark.
Bio throwing his feet up even to his head, but he goes down hard.
It looks smooth, but I tell you what, I've been out there, and that landing hurts because it stretches your skin. You can see in his face there, he's hurting, but you got to go on.
And on we will go with Nicky Adams, Joe Ackler, and Shane Yost.
We are talking now with Nicky Adams, and if you notice, I'm squinting a little bit because of all the shininess off his gold. Nicky, you're really into the gold thing now, right?
Yeah, I like gold a lot. You know, it builds my personality, my style, and you know, that's just how it is. Makes me floss, you know. Wow, that's Nicky Adams. Look at that. Look at that. Oh God, I can't see him.
Blau, right now, Shane Saviors is the man looking at the gold, but Nicky Adams would love to take it. Before the competition, he was sitting there going, what do I have to do to win? That's all he really wants.
Whoa, 900. Forward 900, that'll do it. Oh, let me translate for you, Mark. What? Oh, yo, what? He's a little upset. He didn't land that last year, but look how perfect it is this year. Spotted the landing and landed perfect. He is now in first place.
Nicky Adams just lacing the 22-foot box. That's right, show me the money.
I want my money. Well, this guy can take it away. Shane Yost up next. Don't ever count him out of a competition, Mark. He is going for something big.
What? 900 flat spin. You know what? I think the gold just got taken away from Nicky Adams.
Wow. Shane Yost just yousted Nicky. It's just all coming down to this, Mark. Who's got the bigger trick? Look at that, 900, and also landed it perfect. Very excited. And if you remember, last year, John Bergeron won with the 720 flat spin, and this year, Shane does a 900.
This is kind of like an invitational for all the pros. You know, it's only like the top 28 or something like that. So basically all the best in the world this time are going to be here. It's not just like maybe half or a third like some of the other events. So, you know, and it always turns out to be the best skating because, you know, it gets better and better as the whole competition goes along. And by the end of the whole weekend, everyone's just like going crazy, you know. So it puts a lot of pressure on some people who are expected to do good, but, you know, it's also a chance for people who aren't that well known, that qualified for this, to do good. So hopefully I do good.
Well, Joe Ackler made his mark last year by winning Best Trick of the Year. He didn't win the Best Trick competition, but throughout the season nailed one of the best. This is going to be a war between going big and being super technical.
Oh, I tell you what, he just won that. There There is no way anyone can top that. That was like an alley-oop, actually 450. Let's see here. That's right, 450 to alley-oop, so 180 out. That was absolutely sick.
Joe Ackler busting out. You have to be so precise because you have to nail the spin all the way over the gap and then boom, hit the exact spot on the side of the boot.
You got to be nuts is what you got to be. He doesn't even believe it. But you better believe one thing, that guy right there, Joe Ackler, just took home $5,000. Nicky Adams pulled the 900 off the box. Then he got knocked out by Shane Yost with the 900 flat spin, and Joe Ackler takes home the big $5,000 with the 450 to alley-oop soul.
I don't know. I'm not a competition skater. I'm like a one-trick kind of guy, you know. I can't believe I won. I'm happy. I still can't believe I won. It's awesome.
Well, you better believe it. You're walking home with $5K. Joe Ackler, a true champion. When we come back, we're going to take it to the real streets. Pro Tour's Best Tricks 99 is brought to you by Naya Pure Spring Water. Hungry for life, thirsty for Naya. By ASAskate.com. For all the latest on skating, check out ASAskate.com. Feed your habit. And by the city of Fort Myers, the city of palms.
The things you claim, I can't. It's been a long time since I've seen your lovely face. You were once all that I had ever needed, but now I feel the pain of forgotten memories when you stand next to me. Now here we are again, sharing part of the dream of being friends. We thought that we could never be, and my heart is feeling torn.
I've ever seen anybody satisfied with what they're doing, and it's the reason why rollerblading is progressing so fast. And nobody sits there saying that's the way it should be. That's how it should be, and everybody's always trying to push a little bit further and a little bit further.
Well, with so many skaters from around the world, they all bring different styles, sort of different signatures.
The invert's become somewhat of a lost art on Bert, but look at how Mike Budnick stalls it out. He always does it with such confidence and such authority, and it's really become one of his signatures. Every skater excels in different areas. Mike Budnick really shines in the bowl, going around both corners. He skated the bowl contest in the past few seasons better than any of the other riders, and he really was in his element going around those corners.
Well, Mike, he can alley-oop fish spring anything he wants.
Yeah, talk about a trademark. Alley-oop fish brain, you know if Mike Budnick's going for it, he's going to hit it. Ty Chris, of course, the guy to do the first ever gato spin.
Sometimes inspiration comes from the strangest of places.
I wanted first to do a flat spin 720, and I could not make it, and the rotation changed and become a mix of a flat spin and a normal 720. And then I saw that on video, and I thought, wow, that's great. That's a new trick, you know? And I could do it perfect, so perfect, you know?
And that trick still has been unparalleled. Nobody else can do it. Eito Yasutoko took Cesar Mora's 1080 and put a twist on it.
My favorite trick is 1080 flat spin because it is my original trick. And yeah, I love watching him do his 1080. He's got a different axis than the normal people and what the norm does, and it looks really cool. I really like watching that.
You heard Shane talking about that axis. Watch how he goes up and lays flat, almost parallel to the coping before spinning that 1080 and coming back in fakie.
It's always nice to get a compliment about spinning from this guy, the king of spins, Shane Yost, who does the only 1260 on Vert.
Yeah, and this is really incredible. There's only a few people in the world that throw the 1080. Shane Yost is the only person in the world that throws this forward-to-forward 1260.
Shane, for some reason, I don't know what it is, can spin like a maniac. He does his 1260, I'll watch that every day for the rest of my life.
My 1260 is definitely the most challenging in my trick repertoire.
It's just one of those tricks that's just, you know, it's very gnarly. If you pop out or you pop it wrong, you can possibly die on it, and it's just, I don't know, very, very scary.
In vert skating, and the Americans have virtually disappeared at the top level of competition until this year when Matt Lennon surprised everybody, landing the first ever double back on vert. Matt Lennon landing this double backflip marked a turning point in vert rollerblading. Everyone knew they had to go back to the drawing board after that one. When we come back, we head over to the street course, taking a look at some of the most recognized faces in skating and some of the tricks that they've helped trademark. The ASA Pro Tour Best Tricks 2001 is brought to you by Yoo-Hoo, America's favorite chocolate drink, skates on or skates off. By Paul Mitchell, the style and lifestyle sports. By the North Hills Mall, discover the difference at the Mall of the Future. Welcome back to the ASA Pro Tour Best Tricks 2001 from the North Hills Mall in Dallas, Texas. We had a chance to sit down with Mike Budnick and superstar Aaron Feinberg and get their thoughts on the progression of street skating.
As fast as rollerblading is progressing, it's amazing to see that in just not even a year, probably about 6 months, we went from, okay, can we do this, to forget it, we know we can do this, but it's a disaster to do this. And it's amazing just how fast rollerblading is progressing.
And now there's not just like a few skaters that stand out and are that good. I mean, every skater stands out in their own way and is that good. I mean, I think you're right though. It's gonna go in a direction of, you know, doing stuff that you wouldn't normally do in the past on stunts that, you know, you wouldn't even think of doing.
Well, clearly one of the most exciting skaters in the world on the tour and just on the streets is Jaron Grove. Nicknamed the Monster, he's earned that name for his ferocious style of skating, never afraid to drop into anything with big spins and throw his huge sideways 900s.
When this trick first came out, people really didn't know what to make of it. He looked so out of control, but he lands it every time, and it really has become one of his signature moves. Now, in contrast, on the other end of the spectrum is Aaron Feinberg, who pulls out controlled technical grinds. There's a Savannah, which has become one of his signature moves. But watch how he gets into it. Topside soul, and then he'll do it fast slide through the kink right into the backside Savannah. And that's his signature move right there. But you could say his signature is technicality.
Okay, let's start again. I stay on point like the part of a pen. I write.
Sean Robertson has made an art form of doing toe tap tricks, which adds a huge level of difficulty to the middle of spins, and he's able to do them just about up and over anything.
Last year's street champion Sven Bokerst is talented on street and vert. Here he brings the alley porn star to vert.
For me personal, it's not so hard trick to do it. It's like the spin is natural and the grind is also natural for me, so it's like one smooth grind for me to do it. And
Well, it's a credit to Sven that he makes every trick look so easy. Something you won't see up on the vert ramp anytime soon is street legend John Julio. He's showing off some tricks that he made popular, like the fish brain and the topside acid.
John Julio and the rest of the crew are going to be stepping it up when we come back with the Corn Nuts Sick Trick Contest from Dallas. Welcome back
to the ASA Best Tricks.
Dallas, the World Championships. What better place than this to unleash some of the biggest tricks of the year? They wait all year long. It's the Corn Nuts Sick Trick Contest and the vert ramp. You could tell things were going to get crazy quick.
Ty Chris starting it off right, getting upside down about 10 feet out.
Sean Robertson dropped in on the regular side of the vert ramp and rolled into the channel up the recessed part of the vert ramp and spin almost like a flat spin and land back in the transition. It was pretty crazy for someone to even attempt that. A lot of the guys were using the channel in completely different ways, which is to be expected. There are your guys like Shane Yost who are typical spinners. What Matt Lindemuth chose to do over the channel was pretty disgusting.
I've thought and dreamed and fantasized of doing a double back over the channel for a long time now. Ever since I landed my first one, I want to do something to step up.
And to throw a double backflip on a vert ramp is one of the most dangerous tricks out there right now, and he came close to landing it 2 times, I think, and it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen done on a Rollerblading.
It almost worked. I just paid the price today, and I'll try it again soon.
Over on the street course, it was a battle between technical skaters and go big style with huge airs. Jason Stinsman going for the first 1260 on a street course.
So close on that attempt, and then Louis Zamora bringing some street styles. He goes topside soul through the first part of the kink, and then jumps to shuffle down the embankment.
Carlos, it's crazy. Jump from the rail to the curb. You don't normally transfer kink throws unless they're mellow or something, and that was not only like a steep kink throw, it was a 8-foot gap or something to the ledge, and it's just a crazy trick to try. I mean, you don't lock on in the second royale or something and then go over the other side on the drop off and belly flop.
He went the royale down the kink and then jumped to the planter, which is like 1.5 meters or something away. It's pretty far, and slid all the way down that, so I knew he was going to win after that.
Carlos left an indelible mark on the street course numerous times this season.
He's really good. He's got lots and lots of potential. He's going to get so much better.
And indeed, Carlos Pianowski takes the Sick Trick Championship on street. Sean Robertson beats out Tig on vert.
Hey, it's Shane Yost here. We're taking a break from skating. We're going into GameWorks to check out, see what they got to offer. And it's going to get crazy. Shane kicked my ass in every
At this year's Showdown at the Hoedown at Eisenberg Skate Park, the final 5 came down to Brian Shima, Mike Murda Johnson, Dustin Halloran, Robert Guerrero, and Frankie Morales. But before we got down to the final 5, the Eisenberg's contest started out with a field of over 60 of the top pro and amateur skaters, street skaters from all over the country and all over the world. They all gathered in Plano, Texas on a brand new street course designed and built just in time for the Hoedown to battle out for the $8,000 top spot. Here's how the format went. We start out with 60 riders, divide them into 3 heats of 20. Those heats were the elimination rounds. The 20 riders had jam sessions. At the end of their sessions, they voted on their own heat, advancing just the top 10. The top 10 from each elimination round advanced into a super session of 30 riders, and the 30 eliminated skaters became the judges. 30 went down to 15, and then 15 went down to the top 5, who battled it out on the ledge and rail session. When all was said and done, the last man standing was Brian Shima, who earned $8,000 for the first place prize. And the best trick and $1,500 went to Robert Guerrero. As they down its skate formations, they voted on their own heat, advancing just the top 10. The top 10 of their sessions, they voted on their own heat, advancing just the top 10. The top 10 from each elimination round advanced into a super session of 30 riders, and the 30 eliminated skaters became the judges. 30 went down to 15, and then 15 went down to the top 5, who battled it out on the ledge and rail session. When all was said and done, the last man standing was Brian Shima, who earned $8,000 for the first place prize. And the best trick and $1,500 went to Robert Guerrero.
When we come back, we're going to take a look at 5 of the most notable tricks on Vert and 5 of the most notable street tricks. Don't go anywhere.
The last year for vert skating has been probably one of the most exciting years since the days of Chris Edwards' stardom. Vert skating is really coming into its own. It's really developing its own identity right now. And not only are we doing our own thing, but we're getting more respect now because we're doing our own thing. And someone will watch Takeshi do his Viking flip flat spin thing, and to see a skateboarder or a biker or just general public say, wow, what was that? It's a really cool time for vert skating right now.
Now we're going to take a look at 5 of the most definable tricks throughout the season. Benny Huber in Dallas at the North Hills Mall and the Sick Trick Contest brought to you by Corn Nuts, getting a little creative. It's a lot harder than it looks.
So yeah, first he's got to get a good air so he has enough speed to come the wrong way up the roll-in and jump to that soul stall and then shuffle back in. Takes a lot of skate control.
Now throughout the year and here in Baltimore at the White Marsh Mall, Mark Engelhardt pulled one of the most difficult tricks nobody else does.
That's right, it's a signature move for sure. Flat spin 5-point disaster stall in the coping to revert.
Michael Bennett, you can always count on to do the big tricks, and he did it back in Dallas at the Sick Trick Contest from Corn Nuts.
Well, he's almost become like a best trick skater. That's all he does now, but they are good tricks when he comes out. 540 Fio to alley-oop Mizu. Very, very incredible trick.
And then he spins it another 270 back in. Shane Yost, well, you know it, in Dallas and throughout the season, getting upside down with the 1260.
This used to be strictly a best trick move for Shane, but now he can land it in contest. Amazing.
Tide Chris taking Matt Lindemuth's double backflip and grabbing it.
Well, both Tig and Matt came out with grabs on that double backflip for the World Championship. Tig's got the mute variation on it, and it looks pretty.
Keeping the crowd happy, we now transition over to the street course. And you who presents the top 5 most definable tricks of the season, Vinnie Minton making his mark in Milwaukee.
Going outside the street course, getting up close and personal with the fans. Jumping onto the rails, backside royale, backside royale, backside royale. Creative use of the course.
Why not a 540 back in, getting up and close with the Summerfest folks. Aaron Feinberg in Huntington Beach, California, doing his classic fast slide, but he disastered into it.
Well, you call it classic now, but when he did it here, balancing on one foot as we look at the freeze frame, and even through the kink, that's what makes the trick so difficult, getting that balance just right. And as you mentioned, made all the more difficult by the fact that he launched into it.
Now, Carlos Pianowski's been making his mark all season long. He finished it off, capping it, the corn nut sick trick with the huge Royale to Royale transfer.
Right, very difficult trick going frontside Royale through the kink and then jumping about 6 to 8 feet to the Royale and landing it clean.
Darren Grove at the World Team Challenge, Ontario, California. First fakie 1080 over the big launch.
It was the first time these riders had seen that giant launch box, and Darren Grove taking advantage of the opportunity to throw some big tricks.
Huge stunts for him. And Jaron did conquer the loop, but this was the guy who did it first.
When everyone first saw this thing built out at the contour course, most people thought it was impossible. Then Randy Marino decided to go for it, and on his second try, he stuck it. It wasn't the prettiest thing you've ever seen, but it paved the way for all the riders who came after him and showed just what rollerbladers are capable of. If you build it, they will come. Randy Marino, the first one through the loop.
The crowd at Mervyn's California Beach Bash saw a bit of rollerblading history. Sometimes progression is paved with pain. When we come back, we're going to take a look at some of the biggest obstacles standing in their way. This is brought to you by Corn Nuts, now available in 7 mean flavors. Corn Gone Wrong. By Levi's, make them your own. By Touchstone Pictures, Out Cold, coming to theaters November 21st.
Watching the double backflips throughout the year, and it's another sign that as rollerbladers, we're not going to just stop and say, yeah, we got that trick, now that's done.
The double back has been a work in progress for years now, you know, and people really didn't know that. When I was trying it, people were still saying that it was never going to happen on Vert. And I think I probably gave it like 10 tries or whatever, and I was starting to really get disappointed, thought I was going to have to call it quits. I took a pretty bad fall again there. And if it wasn't for the crowd chanting one more time and really getting me psyched up on it and amped to do it again, I don't think I would have gotten back up there, but I'm glad they did.
I saw Lindy doing his double back and it was really crazy. Like, I never thought somebody could do a so dangerous trick. I mean, you know, to go 2 times head down, it's really dangerous. But that gave me like the power to try. You know, I really wanted to do this trick then, and I practiced a little bit before X game, but I never like really could do it safe. And I did like 3-4 tries before X game, and then I got there, and because of the crowd, 22,000 people looking at me, like the TV, everybody, I said to myself, I have to do it. You know, I really have to do it. And it was amazing for me because I landed in my run first time ever, in front of everybody, and I won. It was like really a dream from a kid, you know, becoming true.
Learning a trick like this where no one else has tried it, no one else has done it, and it really gives vert skating and rollerblading throughout the sports the limelight for a little bit. It just makes me feel, like I've done something good for the sport.
The loop is just huge and scary, and I don't know, I might try it if I get pumped up enough.
A loop? Oh, hell no. I'm scared of that thing. It's pretty crazy, but I'm not trying to kill myself on a loop today.
What sucks is we all made the agreement the day before we were all going to do it. We wake up the next morning and me and Ryan already look at each other like, we're not going to do it. Randy's up there beating himself in the chest, swearing he's going to do it. Next thing you know, he's the second one to drop in, does it, lands it his second try. Had the whole crowd hyped, had the Hermosa Beach bouncing up his feet.
Everybody wanted to see somebody do it, and I figured Jaron would try it. He's a pretty nutty guy, and he's a real good skater. I enjoy watching him skate a bunch, and I figured he would try. That didn't surprise me at all.
And as is the case in rollerblading, one trick accomplished is not the end of the story. It just paves the way for all the skaters to come after him and try something new and creative, like Sean Robertson taking a new way through the loop.
There were many sick tricks throughout the year, but this year's corn nut sick trick went to a guy who combined technicality with stunts, Carlos Pianowski.
This trick had it all. Creativity as he uses the wall. Technicality going true spin royale. And danger as he goes over that 12-foot gap.
That's this year's 2001 Sick Trick, brought to you by Corn Nuts. Special thanks to the Residence Inn Fossil Creek, the official hotel of the ASA World Championships and Mobile Skate Park Series. Also special thanks to Rocky Talkie, the official two-way radio provider of the ASA. To KDGE The Edge 102.1, the official radio station of the World Championships and the North Hills Mall. Discover the difference at the Mall of the Future. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
I'm going crazy.
Moment from the ASA Pro Tour.
It's the professional circuit for rollerblading, the ASA Pro Tour. 4 stops across the country. The pros made their way to each event to measure up to see who would go the highest and who would pull the biggest tricks on both the street course and the vert ramp, earning rankings points all along the way. Some rivalries flourished. In this show, we're going to take a look at Eito Yasutoko and his incredible dominance throughout the 2003 season. We also get to hang out with Shane Yost and Cesar Moore. How old are you? Are you supposed to be home right now? What's the curfew? Are you allowed to be drinking beer? Fabiola Da Silva, the lone woman, had to make her way against the men, and she did just fine. Brian Aragon raised the bar on the street course, but many, many skaters gave him a run for his money, especially this guy, Stefan Alfano. Some incredible tricks from many of the world's best skaters out here on the street course.
Oh, man. Solid every time. It doesn't matter what he does.
And the vert ramp. We're going to take a look and see who has a chance at the World Championships title and becoming the 2003 overall Tour champion.
At last year's World Championships, Eito Yasutoko had to sit out. He was sidelined due to injury. His younger brother, Takeshi, who had been dominant all season long, flying higher than anyone else on the Pro Tour, had a clear path to the championships. With his older brother out of the way, Takeshi ran away with the World Championship and the #1 ranking in the world. So Eito Yasutoko missing out on an opportunity to earn twice as many points at the Tour Championships. Has some serious work cut out for him as he tries to play catch-up. And one of the guys standing in his way is Shane Yost.
Shane Yost, one of the most dynamic skaters up on the vert ramp, started the season off in incredible fashion. He took second at the first stop in Cincinnati, and he followed that up again with the second place in Milwaukee, where Cesar took third.
Shane Yost is a puzzle that's starting to come together now. Sketchy at first, over the years, getting his style better. Always had the big tricks. And I think this year is his best year so far.
Shane Yost, in my opinion, is the best vert skater in the world. And I say that because he has more tricks than anybody else.
Shane has so many different variations, almost no one can touch him. However, with so many big tricks, sometimes falling becomes his biggest weakness. He took 6th in Buffalo and then had a no-show in Dulles and dropped to 4th overall in the rankings.
I feel like I'm on a ski lift.
I hate to be in the middle of that right now. Look at you. That's like...
Can I get a double cheeseburger, please? With some fries would be great.
How old are you?
Are you supposed to be home by now? What's the curfew? Are you allowed to be drinking beer?
Well, there at Summerfest, Cesar Mora came out gangbusters. Don't call it a comeback. Cesar Mora is definitely back, taking 3rd place at his first pro competition back from a year worth of injuries. Cesar Mora finally making his way back into the top 10 rankings.
He's back. Yeah. The highest-ranked American skater, Mark Engelhardt, tries to protect his number 2 ranking going into Cincinnati. Despite some inconsistency, he earned a 3rd-place finish, which kept him competitive. Mark has made it to the top of the rankings and managed to stay there on the strength of some incredible tricks. One of the few riders in the world who can throw the 1080, and he does them bigger and better than just about anyone else in the business. But in Milwaukee, he was only able to do well enough to place 4th. Buffalo had a much better showing and brought out a brand new trick, a brand new 900 variation, and skated his way into 2nd place. Mark's strong performance had everybody talking about how far he could go on the Pro Tour and on into the World Championships.
I think Mark has the ingredients to be, that guy, the #1 guy out there. He proved that at Gravity Games last year when he pulled a perfect run and it came together. And what excites me about Mark is that America traditionally in recent years, hasn't been known to produce, world-class burst skating. And I'm hoping that with Mark being out there, being a good influence and competing on the level that he does, he's going to inspire a whole new generation.
Only a few short years ago, Fabiola da Silva was skating in the women's division. She's been competing in the men's class for a couple years now.
I really admire it, Goes into her tricks, comes out, just everything is just so graceful.
Graceful and technical. Fabiola da Silva has been finishing consistently in the men's top 10, including 6th at the Gravity Games this year. Fabiola's got the perfect blend of technical coping tricks, big airs, and big tricks like the flat spin. When we come back, we're going to take a look at the 2 most dominant forces in the air, Takeshi and Eito Yasutoko. The Mobile Skate Park Series is brought to you by Yoo-Hoo. Yoo-Hoo or you don't. By Nestle Butterfinger. Break out of the ordinary and into a Butterfinger. By IDOS Backyard Wrestling. Don't try this at home. And by the LG Action Sports Championships, the year-end championships for skateboarding, BMX, freestyle motocross, and inline. Go to LGActionSports.com. Welcome back to the Mobile Skate Park Series and the ASA Pro Tour's best tricks and best moments from 2003.
Midnight, another movie and a glass of wine to get the feeling right. It's not the perfect moment 'cause I've seen this one, but I still like the story. And I start to close my eyes, so very soothing, the sound of white noise. After all, I've made it this far.
Well, it's no doubt who the best 2 vert riders in the world have been for a couple of seasons. Young Eito and Takeshi Yasutoko. In 2002, Takeshi was the absolute undisputed most dominant skater, not only because of his huge amplitude, but also his ability on the coping. Once again, Takeshi came out throwing huge tricks this season, but had some trouble with some of the more technical tricks and lacked consistency at a couple of the events. His incredible talent still put him, though, in 2nd place. He finished the season off a little bit frustrated in Washington, D.C., the last stop on the tour, because he couldn't land those coping tricks he's usually so consistent on. Eito Yasutoko came out at the first stop in Cincinnati, Ohio, and put together the perfect run.
We didn't see Eito last year at the World Championships, but you know he's been working on tricks in the off-season.
Eito blasting, already getting about 8 feet, almost 10 feet above the top of the coping. Last season, Takeshi had those big airs Now Ato's doing it as well. 1080 California roll.
And right off the bat, he's not wasting any time getting into that big trick. Showing off some lip tricks as he goes fish brain, kind of into the topside sole. And then a double backflip, 180. We have not seen this trick before. A brand new trick from Ato. Oh my goodness, and what a whopper of a trick.
The double backflip 180 is the trick he learned here in Cincinnati just last season, but he hadn't been doing it in competition. Now he's got it.
My goodness, does he have it. Able to throw it in the middle of his run, and another double backflip to finish the run. What a combination. What a run of tricks from Ato Yasutoko.
Everybody's going to have their work cut out for them if they want to beat that.
No one can beat Ato Yasutoko. At this point, it's going to be almost impossible.
I mean, he's just so consistent. He's got his lines down.
He knows how to put everything together.
He always like tricks like so high. Every trick too.
I mean, what can you say? The guy goes 13 feet out of a vert ramp on inline skates. There's nobody else doing that.
He doesn't care so much about winning or losing. He just wants to skate and get better and better.
He's the best.
Well, Ato took first place in Cincinnati, in Milwaukee, in Buffalo, and D.C., and only because he wasn't at last year's championships is he ranked number 3 in the world. But you can expect him to try to be the number 1 after this year's championships.
When we come back, we're going to switch gears and move to the gritty on street.
Welcome back to the best tricks of the 2003 ASA Pro Tour season.
Before you break, I've already broken down.
Taking a look at some of the up-and-comers, guys that have either been on the tour for 1 or 2 years or they're brand new. Blake O'Brien always taking a creative look at the course.
Blake known for spinning into those Farfignugan variations, not afraid to take some chances.
I don't know, I just like to do all the tricks, try to learn all the tricks, and I try to worry about making the tricks like look to my liking mostly.
Well, he pulled enough great tricks throughout the season to be currently ranked number 4 in the world going into the championships.
Bobby Tati Ichi made his way onto the Pro Tour in his rookie season. Showed that his time on the AM circuit paid off. Very good at putting lines together, big spins and technical combos. Made him the highest ranked rookie by the end of the regular season.
One of the many very talented skaters out of Utah on the street, Cameron Card.
Cameron Card is one of my favorite skaters and one of my best friends. He has a great style. He's a great street skater, great at parks. He's just fun to watch. Everything's smooth and perfect.
Cameron's racked up 1 win, and he also brings a more technical side to the course, but he's not afraid at all to go big.
Richie Velasquez is somewhat of an anomaly as a rookie. He's 27 years old, he's a father, and he's the camp director at Woodward West. But he's in his first season on the Pro Tour and making the most of it. Already known for being one of the most exciting skaters on the tour and coming through in big trick contests.
Now taking a look at some of the guys that have been absolutely dominating over the years. Blake Dennis, last year's world champion and the number 1 ranked skater in the world.
Blake Dennis is really good. Trick after trick after trick, his style. Just really smooth style. Just always doing tricks.
Blake takes a creativity to the course, knows how to put together great lines.
Another former world champion, Jaron Grobe, no stranger to the winner's podium, had some trouble with consistency this season on the tour.
Jaron Grobe, he's the monster, as everybody knows. Goes big, doesn't give a nothing about nothing. That's what I like about Jaron, is that he gives it his 100% every time he gets out there.
Jaron continued that legacy this year by going bigger than just about anyone on the court.
Ben Bokhurst, also a former world champion, has not made it to many events this season, but when he does show up, he does very well for himself, winning the X Games Global Championships. But he spent most of the season focusing on his studies back home in Holland.
Sven finished the season 18th heading into the championships, and here's a guy who won the World Championships back in 1997 and now is knocking in the top 10 ranking once again.
A perennial favorite, Randy Roadhouse Spicer, staying competitive all these years.
Another one who had a great couple moments this year, John Julio, bringing that signature style. He was one of the early innovators on the street course, making a top 5 finish this season.
Ryan Daw has finished as high as number 2 in the world ranking in years past.
Anything Ryan Dawes does, I like how he does it because he goes everything with speed. He just adds his own style to it.
One of the most dominant skaters for years, Aaron Feinberg, former X Games gold medalist, world champion, and #1 ranked skater, came out with that signature style, so many difficult tricks, and made his mark during the season. Unfortunately, got injured mid-season and will not be in the World Championships.
After some time away from the competition circuit, former X Games champion Nicky Adams reemerged and won the first best trick contest he entered.
The contest was great, man. I mean, everybody was going off, and I feel great, you know. I feel good, you know. I came back, first ASA stop, win a best trick. Can't get any better than that, you know. I did what I had to do, and I'm happy about it.
Nicky Adams, everybody's got big expectations of him heading into the championships, and Carl Hills has really come on this season as well.
He's a veteran on the Vert scene, and he's made significant strides this season on the Pro Tour, making some history with the 1260 on street.
The first ever 1260 in a competition run earns Carl Hills this week's LG Pick Trick. You can log on for your favorite pick trick. To vote for your favorite pick trick, log on to lgactionsports.com, and the overall winner will be determined at the LG Action Sports Championships. Carl Hills nails it on the street course, and on the vert ramp, Marco DeSanti with the double flat spin, the trick that helped him take a top 3 finish at the Gravity Games. The overall winner is going to be determined at the LG Action Sports Championships, the season-ending championships of Action Sports, November 15th to the 23rd in Los Angeles. When we come back, more of the best on the street here at the ASA Pro Tour. Born to Play by Paul Mitchell. Paul Mitchell is all about style, your style. And by proud sponsors of the LG Action Sports Championships, Toyota, get the feeling. And by Timex, life is ticking. In 2002, 2 young rookies, Brian Aragon and Stefan Alfano, emerged and were going back-to-back, battling all season long, fighting for that Rookie of the Year title. This season, that rivalry has continued, but this time they've been fighting for the #1 ranking each week.
In Cincinnati, Stefan Alfano came out with his signature style, huge tricks and very difficult, dangerous lines, only to lose out to Brian Aragon.
Brian Aragon is so good because his technical level is as high as anyone's, his air level is as high as anyone's, everything is at the peak.
Brian Aragon, I met him at Camp Eisenberg. I can't believe I was trying to teach the kid how to skate. I was like, are you serious? By the second week, he was already the advanced instructor. We knew that he was going to be great.
Stefan Alfano and Brian Aragon have similar styles. They both bring big tricks to the course, and they both skate exceptionally fast.
Brian puts everything together. He'll do the turn over the box, but then he'll also do the 360 topsail. You know, he's tech and he skates tranny really well.
And with those talents, he finished the first 2 stops with gold medals.
Every contest I'm first place for the prelim, and for the final I lose some place. So I hope I stay in the first place for the ranking. But yeah, Brian Aragon is good skating too, so I don't know.
On to stop 3, and Stefan Alfano was trying to ensure that he would hold on to his #1 ranking after the prelim.
Every contest that I go to, Alfano is always amazing to watch. He's just so good, and it's pretty well-rounded, and just watching him skate is just amazing. Sometimes I can't even believe the tricks he's doing, but I guess he pushes me to try harder tricks, and he's better than me in the spinning aspect, and I think I'm better in the grinding aspect, so I try to focus on that as much as I can and work with my strength while he works with his.
Both skaters put together fantastic runs and some huge tricks, but once again, Brian Aragon came out on top. 3 wins in a row.
At the final stop of the season in Washington, D.C., Brian Aragon came out with all of his big tricks, the difficult grinds, and the huge spins as he tried to make it 4 in a row.
Let's not talk about him anymore because he's so good.
Unfortunately, as Aragon tried to raise the bar, he took some spills and it cost him the #1 spot, but he still finished ahead of his arch rival, Stefan Alfano, taking second to Stefan's third. And so the stage is set for an epic battle at the World Championships between the #1 and #2 ranked riders in the world.
Well, with big tricks, you always take the risk at a big spill. Nicky Adams made such an impact the first time he came out, but he also took some big wrecks on the way getting there. This is Yu's best wrecks. The stage is now set. So many riders, so much momentum, all leading up to the LG Action Sports Championships and the ASA Pro Tour World Championships. All the best riders are going to be there. It takes place November 15th through the 23rd. It's the year-end championships for inline skating, where all these guys will be competing, and the U.S. Championships for skateboarding, BMX, and the World Championships for FMX. You don't want to miss it. Go to lgactionsports.com and check out all the information. It's going to be in Pomona, California, November 15th to the 23rd. Keep track of all your favorite riders from all the sports. Keep watching 4 to 5 every Friday here on Fox Sports Net. Or go to mssevent.com.
Hello and welcome to the Mobile Skate Park Series, your one and only stop for the best of skateboarding, BMX, and inline skating. I'm your host, Keith Allen, and today we bring you coverage of the first stop for the Mobile Skate Park Series competition that went down in Cincinnati, Ohio. Not only has the MSS drawn the top name pros in Vert rolling, but believe it or not, the biggest names in street skating also trekked to Cincinnati to battle it out on a one-of-a-kind MSS street course. And we're bringing it all to you today on the Mobile Skate Park Series.
Over the past few years, inline skating has been treated like that little stepbrother, the one that gets beat on and teased and treated with no respect. But inline skating deserves respect just like a brother does when he starts to grow up and his siblings have to step back and recognize. The equipment behind me, it's an example of what inline skaters can hit. You would never see this stuff at a skate park. You'd never see skateboarders going anywhere near it. You'd never see BMX riders even saying it's rideable. But the guys today in Cincinnati at the Mobile Skate Park Series, they're gonna kill it. And that same passion and trying to earn respect lives for inline skaters on the Vert ramp just the same.
We're like the little brothers of BMXing and skateboarding, you know, and like we had a lot of dues to pay, you know, and everybody that was rollerblading back in the day was having a great time.
I think rollerblading is probably not as popular as the other sports because a lot of the other ones are more mainstream. You see them on TV more, and a lot of little kids who see that on TV kind of jump on the bandwagon before they really see all the other sports. And I don't know. I think rollerblading has as much talent and as much difficulty as anything else out there, but I think in time it'll get the respect it deserves.
Crack your neck, check these primitive melodies.
We take the same falls, we work just as hard as the other sports. Why we're not getting the respect that we need, you know? As long as I'm here, I'm gonna defend my sport all the way, you know, because we should be treated just the same as the other ones.
I think what's gonna take people to be more respectful of rollerblading is just more education about it. Like,
I think when some people think of rollerblading, they think of, you know, people recreationally skating. And the more they see it and the longer we're around, I think the more respect we'll get.
I'm Mark Shays with Arlo Eisenberg, and we're going to take you through a quick journey here. The best inline skaters going head-to-head here in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Including one of the favorites on street, Chris Halfpipe.
Chris Halfpipe. It's guaranteed. Yeah, anything huge, like, it's all Chris. Probably one of the best rollerbladers in the world. I mean, it's just natural talent to him. Anything he wants to put his mind to doing, it's ended up getting done.
He's focused. He's focused on winning. Most of his earnings are on competitions. So usually when he shows up, he's bound to win.
Halfie wrapped up a great season last year with a dominant performance, winning the LG Action Sports Championships. We haven't seen domination like that on the tour since 2003 when Brian Aragon wrapped up the title.
I don't know what to say about that guy. He went to sleep like 8 o'clock last night just to skate this competition.
Watching Brian Aragon skate is always just ridiculous, so I don't know, I really like watching him skate.
They call him Prince Aragon for a reason. I think he pretty much dominates these tour stops and stuff like that.
Shima's like a legend. He's like a god, man. That's just Shima. That's no matter what. You can't change Shima.
Wow, I think he's a horrible person. You can't do interviews.
Well, it's hard to believe there's anything that Shima can't do after witnessing all the success he's had. With all the accolades that have been bestowed upon Brian Aragon, Chris Halfpipe, and the like, it's important to remember that no one has been more influential than Shima, influencing street riders like Dre Powell.
Dre's one of the funniest people I've ever met. First of all, he's the loudest person I ever met, and he talks the most. He loves everybody, and he raps, he does all his things. It's just pretty stupid.
This course is gnarly. I might be falling a lot.
Well, he'll get that chance right now. We started with 16 skaters, 4 heats of 4. The top 2 from each of those heats advanced to the semifinals. So now we are down to 8 skaters. These 8 will battle it out with the top 2 advancing from each semifinal, and then we are down to our final 4. Dre Powell getting things kicked off in semi number 1.
Well, heat 1 starting off with a bang. Dre Powell trying to transfer sweat stand style. It looks like he wants to go out of the course.
And he'll have plenty of time to do that. Each round, bang, bang. One guy after the next, only 5 minutes long. He's just got to advance, and then he gets another shot at it. Chris Halfie having some trouble, though.
Right, they get as many attempts as they can fit into the 5 minutes. And you see these guys taking a bunch of different approaches. You see some creativity, some difficulty. Shima trying to get very creative here. Now dancing around on the coping.
Holy moly. I've been practicing. I'm ready.
Last year's tour champion, Richie Velasquez, needs to make sure he's been practicing because these guys are going off.
You can see all the different tricks these guys are throwing. It's so cool, the format. They get to try a lot of different tricks.
Jerry Butler with a big surprise there, first person out of the course.
Yep, he made it out. That might light a fire under Dre Powell.
Ron Copeland getting technical as well.
One of the Ohio locals representing him from the hometown crowd, transferring up on the handrail.
And traveling across the big pond, Ollie Short from Great Britain.
Fast slide to backside, backslide, cool transfer.
Just trying a whole bunch of different variations. Once they've nailed the trick, a lot of them are taking a different line.
Well, this is one of the favorites on a lot of people's scorecards. Brian Aragon, the Prince, transferring.
Ain't been my turn yet, but when it is, I'm gonna lay it down.
It's a great best trick course. It's got a little something for everyone. Pure street skaters like Rashard Johnson can battle the handrail.
So a surprise, Chris Halfie did not make it, but Dre Powell, Brian Shima, Brian Aragon, and Rashard Johnson will battle it out for the final.
When we get back, the Street King is crowned, and we learn a thing or two from big man Richie Velasquez. You don't want to miss this.
The Mobile Skate Park Series is brought to you by Toyota. See your local Scion dealer starting at $13,245. Scion, what moves you? By Paul Mitchell, professional salon products. Paul Mitchell, the style in lifestyle sports. By Mongoose Bicycles. Check out the Mongoose Simon Tabron and Stephen McCann's signature bikes from the #1 name in BMX. Mongoose, #1 from day one. And by ASA Events, the leader in action sports event and television production since 1994. We are Action Sports. Welcome back to Sawyer Point in beautiful Cincinnati, Ohio. It's the Mobile Skate Park Series. Last year's #1 in the world, Richie Velasquez, is going to teach us a trick. It's this week's Trictionary presented by Inline Warehouse.
Hey, my name is Richie Velasquez, back again on Trictionary to show you guys how to do a topsoul. Check it out. All right, you might have remembered last year we started on the basic grind, the sole grind, which is 1 foot locked on your sole space, the other one locked on between the middle wheels. This time, we're gonna up it up 1 step. We're gonna put 1 foot on top, facing this way, the other foot on top just like this. When you're starting to do a topsoul, it's good that you practice stalling it on something like this, because then you can get the feeling of jumping, locking, and coming right off. Once you got the top side sole stall locked down, you'll be ready to try it with a little momentum. My name is Richie Velasquez. I wish you guys good luck with the topsoul. Later.
Before we get back to more of the best trick competition, let's hit the streets with a few pro rollers to check out what Cincy has to offer for skating and partying.
My mind moving through this muscle, whether I'm getting food or liquid assets, picking shovels, sewn in the back of my sweatshirt with blood stains, karma catching. Faces that lie that goes in cycles. I see you again. Spend time building my bridges, so when I watch them burn, stop and focus. Try brand new and all revised. Let's do or die. Won't let this life go out.
Hey, I'm Ollie Shaw. This is Zach Bailey. This is Dre Powell. We're all just hanging outside the hotel waiting for our limousine to go out.
Red cheetah. I think this is it. Man or the devil, so grab your pick and shovel and let's struggle for the next level. If you ain't moving, you will stagnate. And if you wait for shit to happen, you gon' keep on waiting. Embrace the struggle, lifelong hustle. Using your mind, mouth, or your muscle. Embrace the struggle.
And yet another big night out in beautiful Cincinnati, Ohio. But now it's time for work. The Final Four: Dre Powell, Brian Shima, Rashard Johnson, and Brian Aragon.
Well, all these guys have been through a couple of rounds, through the prelims and the semifinals, and they have to use some strategy to get here, but all that strategy now is out the window. It's just about best tricks, and Brian Aragon coming in that spirit. This is a 540 to alley soul. This is a major trick right here. Big difficulty, big danger. That's about 12 feet down to the landing ramp. Now, Rashard Johnson made it into the finals with some difficult technical moves there on that handrail with the big drop. And he's going to stick with what got him here. Here he's going true spin. Looks like he's trying to get a top acid, ending up kind of in a strange fish brain. Now, Brian Shima knows how to work a best trick contest. He's been gunning for this major trick here in the contest, but it's going to take some attempts for him to sort that thing out. Now, Dre's done enough throughout the preliminary rounds to make it into the finals, but there's one trick that he's been working on all throughout that he hasn't quite stuck perfectly. You can see he's still going for it here. It looks like he wants to get out of the course. Now, Brian Aragon's got a great trick under his belt here in the finals. And he's still going, so he's not content with that one great trick. He's going to keep trying to pad his lead here. Rashard working this handrail. No, give the people what they came to see.
Here comes time grind all the way down.
Now this handrail up on top of the box has been mostly avoided throughout this contest. Now Shima is taking it on. If he hits this trick, it'll really put the pressure back on Brian Aragon.
You can see an evolution. First he went up there and he just kind of hit it. Now he's actually riding it and checking out his landing. So if he can put this all together, it's going to be dynamite. It's huge.
Now I'll talk about putting a trick together. Dre Powell still working on this trick. It looks like he wants to go out of the course. He's going up sweat stance, up the handrail, then he transfers to the other handrail sweat stance. Now you can see him looking out of the course. He wants to jump over that railing.
Takes a lot of balance and control, and there you go. Brian Aragon just adding one more trick, but remember, it's a one-trick contest. So he can do 10 good tricks, but he's got to make sure he's got the best trick.
Right, that hurricane was great, but still you got to think that that 540 alley-oop soul is going to be his best trick. Rashard going up the handrail. Those are good tricks from Rashard, but
not enough to compete with these big tricks that Aragon and Shima are attempting. Here goes Shima up on the handrail, back in, and that's it. A great trick from Shima. This is going to make it very difficult for the judges. Brian Shima, this is blind, trying to find that handrail all the way up there. That's about 14 feet up, and he's got to jump back in. That's a lot of momentum coming back down on that landing, and he holds it. Great trick from Shima.
And the judges agree as well. The final Paul Mitchell leaderboard, Brian Shima takes home top honors. A valiant effort by Brian Aragon, but he could not take home the gold. Now we're going to shift gears over to the vert ramp and the gladiators of the air.
It was here 2 years ago where Eto unveiled his double backflip and opened up the floodgates. What will we see today?
Keith Allen doing double duty out here, lead singer of Pico Train, performing for the folks here in Cincinnati, as well as jumping behind the microphone and in front of the cameras. But now we shift gears to the vert ramp. A lot of young talent and veterans going to be battling it out here on this monster vert ramp.
Guys like Patrick Zimmerman from Germany and Kevin Marin Lopez from Belgium.
Kevin only 15 years old, and of course Fabiola da Silva, now a veteran, and Mark Engelhardt, the last skater to beat both Yasutoko brothers swimmers all the way back in 2002.
Since then, he's been working hard, training. He's added some tricks like the double flat spin.
I'm the third brother. They don't know it yet.
Trying to make himself more competitive against the dominant Yasutokos.
You can look at it one of two ways. One way is they can push you and make you want to skate better, and the other way is you can look at them and say, wow, I really suck. But you got to try to look at it the first way, and everything will work out better, and you'll end up skating better.
It's just cool to see two brothers from Japan. Like, they could probably skate street and destroy everybody if they really wanted to, you know what I mean?
When I watch Simmer, it's almost like watching a completely different sport. Being on rollerblades to me is like a second nature. Like, I just put on skates and it's like walking or whatever, but when I see what they do, like, I know in my lifetime, even if I tried, I wouldn't be able to do what they do. Like, and that blows my mind.
Quite an incredible compliment coming from one of the most accomplished street skaters in the world. Now we shift gears over to the vert ramp exclusively. The territory of veterans like Fabiola da Silva, who in run number one, things didn't go quite the way she had planned, but she still comes packing the biggest tricks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Fabiola's got the flat spin, the fakie 900, and word on the street is she's been working on a double backflip.
A new addition to the tour, 15-year-old Kevin Marin Lopez out of Belgium. He's got some fans here in Cincinnati.
Yeah, and another European skater here, Patrick Zimmerman. We've seen a lot of young riders coming out of Europe, but not so many coming from the U.S. As we take a look at Rich Parker, also a European. In fact, the last great rider we've seen rising up through the ranks from America is Thumper Nagasaka.
Thumper, I haven't seen him ride in a little while, so I'm excited to see what he's been doing. I heard he's got some new tricks, and he's always learning stuff. Every time I see him ride, he learns a new trick, so he's going to be riding good.
It's a double-edged sword living in Maui. He has to train by himself, but when he does show up with new tricks, it impresses the judges that much more.
Well, since last year I learned flat nines. That's the new trick for this contest.
So Thumper doing his part to keep American vert skating on the map. And now all he needs to do is add some amplitude and he'll be ready to soar high and compete with the likes of the tour's highest flying rider, Takeshi Yasutoko out of Japan. Well, Takeshi's skating has become sort of an all-or-nothing proposition. He's going so big now.
Why? Because he went down early in his run. And that's about the only thing that would put him out of contention. And you see that score, 55-25. So incredibly uncharacteristic for him. And why? Because he went down early in his run.
Mark Engelhardt is our top-ranked American, and he really has added amplitude to his runs in the last couple of seasons. And it's become something very impressive to witness. He's got the big trick capabilities, and he's flying high now. Very solid competitor.
A great first run for Mark Engelhardt, but only nailing an 81.50. Right now, that puts him in first place, but that kind of a score against the Yasutokos does not get it done. So he'll have to see how he can do in run number 2.
Well, talking about the Yasutokos, here he is. He's been so dominant here. It was right here in Cincinnati where he unveiled the double backflip, and here he goes, double back 180.
And a double flat spin, and a double backflip. This is why he is so incredibly dominant.
So many tricks, so powerful, and he knows he killed it. A great run. And his younger brother left the window wide open, and Eito just blasted right through it. Look at these moves from Eito. He's got so many signature moves, like this 1080 California roll at the height of his highest air. And he's just got so many tricks. It's what makes him so difficult to compete against. A double backflip, and that's like almost a throwaway move now for Eito.
91. He has got to be happy with that. That puts him way out on top, almost 10 full points ahead of number 2. Taking a look after the end of run number 1 and the Paul Mitchell leaderboard, Mark Engelhardt sits in second, but remember, it's only the better of those 2 runs that count, so this thing's still wide open. The MSS is brought to you by Toyota. See your local Scion dealer starting at $13,245. Scion, what moves you? By Paul Mitchell, professional salon products. Paul Mitchell, the style in lifestyle sports. By Mongoose Bicycles. Check out the Mongoose Simon Tabron and Stephen McCann signature bikes from the #1 name in BMX, Mongoose, #1 from day one. And by ASA Events, the leader in action sports event and television production since 1994. We are Action Sports. And we are back in Cincinnati, Ohio, a city that has incredible sports and entertainment, world-class museums, amusement parks, and restaurants. A city that's been a leader in bringing unique events to its amazing venues, and now, for the 4th year, is playing host to the biggest names in action sports right here on the shores of the Ohio River.
So we are back on the Vert ramp for the second round of the Vert Finals. Eito Yasutoko in familiar territory, way out ahead of the field, but his younger brother Takeshi in unfamiliar territory down at the bottom of the pack.
And Fabiola da Silva also in unfamiliar territory of 59 and change is not where she usually finds herself out of 100 points. Putting it together here a little bit better.
You see Fabiola landed her big tricks, but a fall kept her out of contention. Next up, Mark Engelhardt.
Second run, once again, I wanted to go for the double flat. I've been having some trouble with my skates today. I just got brand new skates and brand new wheels. Something was wrong with them earlier, and I just thought I had fixed it.
A massive trick from Mark Engelhardt, landing the double flat spin, but again, another rider falls to inconsistency.
Eito Yasutoko, 91 even in run number 1, trying to better that because he knows it's never a walk in the park with his younger brother looking over his shoulder. But going down on the double backflip, not something you see very often. He'll have to throw away his run number 2 score and stick with the 91. That is still the benchmark.
Well, he knows that 91 is a good score, but he also knows that it's a beatable score when Takeshi's on the ramp. Takeshi's got to have a perfect run here to overtake his brother, but so far off to a perfect start, getting upside down. He landed that double flat spin, which was a trick that he needs. And now if he can be consistent on the coping and come through with some big tricks like that transfer, this is exactly the kind of run Takeshi needed to have, and he filled up the entire 50 seconds. We could have a new champion after this run. Look at how Takeshi did it. This is a trick that he lives or dies by. It's a double flat spin so high. No one goes as high as Takeshi, and certainly not on a double flat spin. And then these lip tricks are really the key to his success. The only thing that his brother can't do is those difficult grinds like Takeshi.
There it is, 94.50. We have a new champion. Takeshi Yasutoko bests his big brother in the Paul Mitchell final leaderboard by almost 3 full points. The tradition continues. Yasutoko in the top 2 spots, dominating this sport. Mark Engelhardt does take home the bronze medal, however, and a great finish for him. Special thank you to the Greater Cincinnati Sports Corporation, WEBN, KISS FM, WLWT Channel 5, the Greater Cincinnati Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the Cincinnati Recreation Commission. Also special thanks to the Downtowner and Ollie's Skate Park. If you like the music you heard in this show, be sure to go to mssevent.com to check out all your favorite bands. For Arlo Eisenberg, I'm Mark Shays. See you next time.
Taking a look back, there's a late 360, corkscrewing it back into the ramp. Coming back with a 540, very technical.
America's great sports networks.
The Powerade National Inline Skate Series had 2 weeks on the tour, and already the top skaters are going to Venice Beach.
Week 1 action, Michael Budnick with his flawless runs placed first. He'll be going to Venice.
Also in Miami Beach, Ryan Jacklone spun his way to the top prize. Then the tour moved on to the Big Apple, where Big Air was the story of the day.
And nobody went bigger than Matt Lindenmuth, capturing first place with his smooth style and floaty airs.
And young Calvin Sales out of Manhattan, New York, took it on the street course all the way to the end. He'll be going to Venice Beach, California, August 27th for the championships.
Calvin, who got a lot of support from NYC, is ready for the finals in Venice Beach.
That brings us to stop number 3 here at the Powerade National Inline Skate Series, co-sponsored by Sony Walkman and Sony Auto Sounds, Dallas, Texas.
Well, we're going to find out who the king of the vert and the king of the street is here on Dallas, Texas. Ski Bellum. Yeehaw! What's up?
Just kicking it.
Here we are again, third stop.
Again.
National Inline Skate Series Powerade Championships. We're at the street finals. A lot of good competition, huh, Angela?
Yeah, a lot of good competition. Arlo Eisenberg is here. This is his hometown, his realm. I think he's going to do really well. He's skating back-to-back. He's already skated, actually, and wow, is that guy on fire. He's good, really good.
Arlo's always on fire. Speaking of fire, man, whoo, it's dangerous out there. The course is good. Fell in my eye today, but I'm looking forward to a good event. It's going to be awesome.
Are you kind of nervous about...
I'm not nervous. I'm scared for my life. These kids are so good. They push it.
What a man.
We'll enjoy it. We're going to enjoy it. We'll be here watching. So will you.
Yeah, well, don't go away.
Over 55 skaters showed up here at the street course in Deep Ellum, Dallas, Texas, all gunning for last year's National Inline Skate Series champion, Arlo Eisenberg.
The course is set up a little different this week. We're on a regular road, so it's long and skinny. There's going to be lots of speed going into this.
Skaters such as Matt Hermonic out of Omaha, Nebraska, and John Robinson from Minnesota came a long way to try to take the crown.
That's right. Myself and AJ Jackson, Sport and Bauer Skates, are putting the mics down, and we're going to test our skills.
And on the halfpipe, last year's 5th-ranked skater in the world on the vert ramp, Arlo Eisenberg is one to watch.
Along with VRL Popo, who placed 3rd in Florida, but isn't satisfied, so he came out to Dallas to test his luck on the vert. One more time. But will it be enough to top street champion Arlo Eisenberg in Dallas, Texas? It's his hometown. Even though he's known mostly for street, he's a little devil on the halfpipe, so he's one to watch here today.
The Powerade NIST ramps were set up right next door to the Deep Ellum Arts and Music Festival, and the street course laid out just right.
Woo-hoo, it's so hot here you can fry an egg on your helmet. I feel like baking it. Pan, but that didn't stop these shorties from coming out and watching this great competition.
The 1995 National Inline Skate Series is brought to you by Powerade with 33% more carbos than Gatorade. And by Sony. Sony Sports, it's for summer, it's for you. And by Rosas Inline Skates. Check out the performance of the Lowrider.
sponsored by Sony Walkman and Sony Auto Sounds. Saturday morning, the street course prelims. That's where we get together about 8:45 and talk to the skaters about the rules and regulations in a judging format here at the Powerade Mist Tour.
They're judged on 3 categories: airs, flips, and spins, rail grinds, and the line they keep throughout the course. Each category breaks down into 3 different categories: difficulty, style, and creativity.
Now, Brian, we see a lot of different tricks on the street course. We know when you get big air, that's always good, but what are some of the tricks that the judges are looking for that are going to score big no matter what?
Well, variations on the rails score big, and how many tricks you do in the air. Like, you can go big in the air, but if you don't grab it nicely, it doesn't look as well.
Each skater gets 2 runs on Saturday, and the top scores advance to Sunday for head-to-head competition.
And this is the most rad thing I've ever seen. It's incredible. I'm just trying to hit it in a big way today.
Remember, it's all about fun. It's fun. Whee! That's right, all right? Good luck, boys. Skater zone.
Bauer Skates, AJ Jackson put down the microphone and put on the skates to rip it up on the rails.
So, what do you think of the course, man? Is it good for you today? You gonna rip it up?
Oh yeah, man, the course is pretty good, man. You know, everybody's stepping up, man. I see a bunch of kids hitting those grinds and stuff, man. You know, I'm gonna have to get big on them. And it's pretty nice and tight, you know, just like we like it. You know, a lot of lines. I see a lot of different lines in it. You know, that's what it's all about, man, hitting all kind of stuff, man, hitting some lines. So I think it's gonna be a pretty good day today, man.
And a good day it was. Props going out to all the aggressive skaters who came out and represented the sport of aggressive skating. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we had here at the street course.
Austin, Texas, John Sarzyski made it to the Sweet 16.
John Robinson represented Scribe with nice far side mesos like this.
Our fearless host, Brian Smith, was trying to score big with tricks like this.
Landed on my rump roast.
But he came through with a trick like this.
Dave Kolash, one of the finalists, and qualified in Miami, Florida, going to the championships in Venice Beach, California. How do you feel? You think you're going to be ready?
I'll be ready. I'm practicing hard every week at every competition and picking up new tricks. Hopefully gonna take number 1 or 2 or at least top 5.
Well, good luck. I have faith in you. I think you will.
Worth coming down for this event. Everyone really loves the turnout.
Right.
These kids are skating great today. I mean, it's just a fabulous turnout.
We're having a great time out here today. Great show. Can't believe these skaters. Too much.
Big turnout.
Big turnout. Big turnout. We're having a great time. The Sweet 16 is set in the street course. Stay tuned here on Prime Sports. Sony Walkman and Sony Auto Sounds. Over 55 aggressive street skaters showed up on Saturday, but the most aggressive were left for Sunday.
And a tough time those 16 skaters had, because you got to compete head to head, which means you got to be good and perform well every time to make it to the finals.
It was hot and humid, but the only thing on the mind of the skaters was winning it all. Champion Bomb Stimler out of Odessa, Texas, proved to be a crowd favorite. He had some smooth skills, Brian.
Half cab the front side. This guy came out of nowhere and shocked the judges and the crowd. Did big moves all over the course, and he had a great run.
And Champion scored enough to move on to the round of 8. Brian Smith came back after a disappointing performance in New York City. He came to Dallas, Texas to prove he belonged in the finals.
I don't know. Just went out and tried my best. Luckily, I beat AJ Jackson. Moved on to the finals.
Some big attempts, Brian, pumping up and down the street course. You have to get tired out there.
It's a little bit tiring, but it's all good.
We'll see Brian Smith in the round of 8. And Marcus Mitchum proved he belonged as well in the final 8.
Yeah, Marcus had a great run. He came out, he was very smooth, going for big moves, and just hit all of his stuff, and that's what pulled him ahead.
Young Matt Harmonic out of Omaha, Nebraska, skating with that Nebraska posse and Dave Kolash. He had a great run.
I swear, they must put something in the water in Nebraska to make you a great skater. Matt just came out, he was so technical, and he had a great run, and wow.
Matt Harmonic, one to watch in the round of 8. 15-year-old Daniel Martin, the new kid on the block, proved he belonged in the round of 8.
Yeah, Daniel had a nice smooth run. Just did nothing too technical, but just played it smart. Was nice and smooth, and that's how you get to the round of 8.
Last year's NIST champion, Arlo Eisenberg waits in the wings, but Nathan Wood pushed it through to get to the round of 8.
That's right, Nathan Wood dropped in and just said, hey, I'm going to hit this course smooth and big. That's what he did. Huge front flips, good grinds. That's what the judges want to see.
Got to land those flips to score them, and right there, Nathan does.
Showing his skill on the rails, just going bow, 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 tap dancing.
Judges looking for those variations, Brian, and right there, he nails it.
That's right, they're budget, but they'll count.
Nathan Wood out of Richardson, Texas, represents.
Jonathan Robinson sporting that purple Pro-Tech leader helmet.
All the way from Arden Hills, Minnesota to skate here in Dallas, Texas.
John just has a fluent style. He's very technical, and he looks good at everything he does. Looking for big things from John in the finals.
The purple Pro-Tech helmet represents John, scoring the highest score on Saturday as he is the leader coming into Sunday's action. Last year's 1994 Powerade National Inline Skate Series Street Skating Champion Arlo Eisenberg came back to his hometown of Dallas, Texas, looking for back-to-back NIST titles, cowboy style.
Arlo, a bit of a nerd, but wow, can he really rip up this street competition? I tell you, he just charges, and he looks like he's just taking a walk in the park.
Arlo Eisenberg was big launches over the box. That's how he won it last year, and he's trying to do it again. Arlo Eisenberg, the pioneer of the street course, came to Dallas, Texas, using his smooth style to get all the way to the final 8.
That's right, Arlo and a small group of others such as Brooke Howard Smith and Chris Edwards basically originated the sport of aggressive skating. He came out here to show us what he can do, and he just has fun out there. He doesn't really care much about anything else but skating. He's true to the game, and that's why we love him.
So our final 8 are set. Arlo Eisenberg, Daniel Martin, Brian Smith, champion, Bob Stimler, John Robinson, Nathan Wood, Marcus Mitchum, and Matt Harmonic, the skaters, looking for the title. We'll be back with the final 8 right after this here on Prime Sports. We're 2 up the road with Bauer inline skates and by Gargoyles, visibly superior. Welcome back to the street course in Deep Ellum, Dallas, Texas. Making their way through 2 tough rounds of competition, our street course quarterfinalists were determined to battle it out with big tricks and tough grinds to make it to the next round. Starting off the quarterfinalist was Marcus Mitchell.
Marcus had a pretty harsh run. I don't know if it was the heat or facing a tough opponent like Matt Harmonic, but here he goes, half cab, the front side, doesn't quite make it and falls off.
Here was Marcus on the death box, Brian, having some trouble with the rail.
That's right, half cab is solo. It was a tough move and he didn't quite pull it off. Marcus was a little bit upset with his run, but that's all right, man. Stay in there. You'll do better next time.
His opponent was Matt Harmonic out of Omaha, Nebraska, 16 years old.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You heard that word, Omaha, Nebraska. Kind of the skate capital, they named it here in America. And Matt, a young skater, has never competed before, but you wouldn't have guessed it the way he came out and took care of this course.
Matt was smooth and used that style on the death box.
Matt playing it smart, just did all his moves, made him clean, and then took over the lead to advance.
And Harmonic's score was enough, 79-68. Our next matchup up was Brian Smith versus champion Bob Stimler. And Brian, that was a tough matchup for you.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I knew the champion was a great skater, so all I was concentrating on is going out there and having fun, and that's what I did. Taking a look back here at that front flip again, man. Helmet flies off, but I just kept charging. I didn't know what was going on.
Brian was using the big flips, but was also technical.
Yeah, that did it for me. I was just like, hey, man, Nis is here. I'm going to go have fun, and good luck to champ. Unfortunately, I don't know how I squeaked by.
Brian was matched up against young champion Bo Stimler. Champion's 14 years old out of Odessa, Texas, and he was a tough opponent here in the quarterfinals.
I mean, kids like Champion, they come out of nowhere. Hometown, he comes out to Nis, and I tell you, he looked like a pro. Everything he did was like technical. He had way better moves than me. He just had a little bit of trouble and fell, and that cost him.
Champion Bob Stimler was a tough opponent all weekend long, but his score was not enough to beat Brian Smith, who will move on to the Final Four. Skating well was Nathan Wood out of Richardson, Texas.
Nathan pulled a lot of good moves earlier, but he did the 720, and you should actually tuck your legs up a little more. The judges shy upon straight legs, more of an ice skating move.
And here was Nathan having trouble on the death box.
Yeah, Nathan tried to go up and frontside the whole box, but his back foot slipped over the kink and stopped him. That hurt his chances of going to the Final Four.
His opponent in the quarterfinals was John Robinson, a tough street skater out of Arden Hills, Minnesota.
That's right, Scribe in the house. John just set up the course. He wanted to go big. Now, John is a guy who just attacks the course. He's very smooth. He's going to be one that's hard to beat, and that's what happened here today. He charged out, did some good airs and some good grinds, and that was enough to put him ahead. As you can see here, he had a little trouble going Mizu, but he got back up, finished off with nice transfers like this.
John Robinson's score was a strong 95 points, good enough to get by Nathan Wood. He'll go to the Final Four. Our next matchup was the biggest upset of the Powerade National Inline Skate Series Street Course Contest, as young Daniel Martin out of Richardson, Texas, came through on the street course here in the quarterfinals.
You know, Rick, when you're a young kid and you got to go up against someone like Arlo Eisenberg, the name kind of scares you. You just say, hey, I'm going to go out there, have fun, and do everything I can. And that's just what Daniel did. He went out there and he had fun and made a lot of good tricks.
Daniel was scared, but he was thinking upset here in the quarterfinals.
And there he was collapsing, knowing, hey, I just came out here to have fun, and that's what I did. Fortunately enough for him, Arlo had a rough run. He was a bit tired coming off another tour, and I tell you what, he said, hey, I'm going to go out there and do what I can, but it wasn't enough.
The pressure was on Arlo Eisenberg to come through with another great run. And every time he takes the course, people are expecting miracles.
Yeah, Rick, when people expect miracles like that, it's gotta bother you. Here he gets caught up on the kick and goes down. Taking a look back here, you're seeing that beautiful mute 180 launch. He's just so good at launching. Again, going for that sole grind. Foot just gets tweaked up, he falls, and he's just having fun out there, and I think that's going to do it. Taking a look back there, he splits the rail. Foot just totally slips off, and he goes down. It happens to the best of us.
The quarterfinal results show a big upset as Arlo Eisenberg goes down in the quarterfinals, and Daniel Martin will move on to the Final Four with Jonathan Robinson, Brian Smith, and Matt Hermani. Stay tuned for the Street Course semifinals here on Prime Sports. Backpack, guaranteed for life, may be longer, and by Kryptonic Circular Propulsion Units, and by Senate, the Angry Company. Here we are back at Deep Ellum, the Street Course Finals from Dallas, Texas. John Robinson versus Matt Hermani, our first matchup. Big John Robinson out of Arden Hills, Michigan, a rough and tough street skater dropping in.
That's right, he's heading for that big death box in. Goes fakie. Far side Mizo, but doesn't pull it off. Falls on his feet. He's going to have to make up for that. Going towards the Bauer box. Oh, goes for a sole and slips off. He's having a tough run so far.
Only 60 seconds on the street course as he pushes it back up to the Bauer box.
Oh, there he goes, front side across the corner of the Bauer box. That's creative. That's what he's going to need to help him get his score back up here.
Only halfway through his run, Brian, he looks a little winded.
Yeah, I tell you again, the heat and this street course really takes a lot out of you. He's taking a little rest, setting up. He's going for the launch. Pulls a misty flip, oh, and doesn't land on his feet. That's his third fall. The judges are going to kill him for that. Goes for a far side sole again and falls. I don't know, he's having a tough run. There's a nice far side Mizo, though. But he's going to need more than that to get his score boosted up. He fell a lot during this run.
Last trick coming up. Last trick coming up as he approaches the death box.
Oh, he goes for a front side, tries to do a variation, doesn't make it. John, unhappy with his run, but you never know what could happen. Taking a look back here at that misty flip, a big move, would have scored big, but as you can see there, falls, and that's no good.
The key is stay on your feet here on the street course, and that's what Matt Hermani will try to do as he drops in.
Matt going sole, coming off, trying to go 270, hitting his knees.
Young Matt, only 16 years old, skating out of Omaha, Nebraska.
That's right. All he has to do is have a nice clean run. And there he goes for the far side alley-oop sole. Falling pretty much, it's an equal matchup. Sole again, falls. Both these guys look dead tired. It's dead even right now. He's got to pull off the rest of his moves here if he wants to pull ahead. Going for the launch, squeaks out a 540.
He needs another tight trick.
Bobbling over that death box, I tell you, it's hot. There's a lot of confusion. He's got a little time left. What's he going to pull off?
Back towards the Bauer box.
Coming in fakie. Oh, God. Half cab to far side sole, pulls it off. That could be the trick that moves him ahead.
Yeah, he nailed that trick at the buzzer, Brian, and it's going to count.
And I'm sure he's happy it's going to count. There he is giving the thumbs up. Taking a look back now, Matt Harmonic going for that 540, just barely squeaks it by, but he lands on his feet and pulls it off. I'll tell you what, Rick, I'm out of here. I got to go get ready for my run.
All right, good luck, Brian. You'll need it, as Daniel Martin already pulled one upset off, beating Arlo Eisenberg early on. And here's Daniel once again looking for another upset here in the final four. Burst to speed as he approaches the death box, goes sole down the rail to the Bauer box. Another sole down the Bauer box, kicking it back on the Sony quarter pipe. Tries to go far side sole, pushing it down the street course here in Deep Ellum. Facing Brian Smith here in the final four. Front side down the death box. Front side again. Needs to maybe put a couple more difficult tricks in here. Backside, mixing it up well. With 20 seconds left on the FSL timer, he's going to set up for something big. Mute 180. Pulling up the knee pads, 5 seconds left. Does he have anything left in the tank? Front side, and that ends his run. Stuck a lot of tricks. Not all that difficult, though. We'll have to see what the judges say. All right, Brian, you're up next. Looking back at Daniel Martin's Mute 180, he scored 80 points. Brian Smith could put together a good run to get to the finals. We're going to go down with Arlo Eisenberg, who's hanging out on the street course for a live call.
All right, it's Brian Smith all the way from Syracuse dropping in, starting off with a huge front flip. He's going up to the death box. Brian with a very clean front side. Brian sort of proven his worth in the aggressive skate world this summer on the Hoax 2 tour. Backsiding all the way across the small box. Brian putting a very clean run together despite the stitches on the face there. Brian's going against Damien, who just upset me, mercifully. Brian's setting up, catching some breath. He's going to drop back in on the big quarter pipe, setting up again for the death box. Big front side, taking it all the way down the kink. Very difficult, very technical, and the crowd loves it. Brian Smith from Syracuse. Big backflip over the small box. And a nice sole grind. Brian mixing it up with huge airs and nice technical grinds. He knows what the judges are looking for, and he's put an excellent run together. Good run, Brian. Damien goes over to congratulate him.
Thanks a lot, Arlo. Great job looking back at Brian Smith. Huge front flip over the launch box. Lands it perfectly. And he lands himself in the finals against Matt Harmonic. Stay tuned for the Street Course Finals up next, right here on Prime Sports. Sony walked in at Sony Auto Sound. It's now time for the Street Course Finals. Let's send it back to Arlo Eisenberg for a live call.
Brian doing it heavyweight boxer style with the cut above the eye, nothing stopping him. Warming up on the quarter pipe. Not that Texas needs much warming up. It's probably about 200 degrees here today. And Brian is in. Starting off with a big 360 backflip to tail. The crowd really appreciates it. Brian showing some of his background on that one. And then some of his new foreground with the front side transfer. Brian's pulling out all the stops in this run. He knows he's going up against some top talent. The nice sole to backside, very technical. Brian showing some of the latest tricks in aggressive street skating today. He's back up here with us on the quarter pipe. I'm not going to stop him for an interview just yet. He's got plenty on his mind. Brian just catching his breath. Very hot, very tiring. With the head-to-head format, the skaters have to take a lot of runs. So here in the last, the skaters make it to the finals. They're pretty tired. And there he goes, but he still finds enough energy to make it all the way down, going down hard, but after he makes it all the way through the kink, very difficult. Brian's still skating after that one. Showing a lot of heart and an excellent run. Trying to do Sold to Mizu. Excellent, excellent run from Brian, and he's exhausted. The crowd really appreciates it. Looks like he's in a little bit of pain. Skaters appreciate it as well. Good run, very, very good run.
Thanks a lot, Arlo. Looking back at Brian Smith, huge 360 backflip, landing it a little off on the backside, but the attempt was definitely there. Here Brian goes front side on the death box. Slides the rail, but you can see his back foot slides off, and that causes him to crash. Young Matt Harmonic, 16 years old, out of Omaha, Nebraska. The last skater to go. Can he beat Brian Smith? Sold the backside down the death box. Far side Soul Disaster on the bower as he pushes it back up so far with two good tricks. Mizo to transfer, and he gets back up quickly. So far, young Matt Harmonic has done some real good technical tricks.
Needs to throw some air.
Pushing it back around on the street course with some good time left. Tried to grab mute on the launch. Escaped by his friend Dave Kolash, who's already qualified. Far side Mizu on the bower box with 20 seconds left on the FSL timer. Got one more trick left in Matt Harmonic. So far, a pretty good run. Could it be enough to beat Brian Smith? He needs to stick his last trick. Far side sold the backside, and he nails it, and he is at a gas, but I think he had enough in the tank to get by Brian Smith. A lot of technical tricks by Matt Harmonic. Looking back, tried to transfer to the low rail off the bower box. Very difficult. Matt Harmonic getting hugs all around by Brian Smith and AJ Jackson dancing. So Matt Harmonic scores a 93 and Brian Smith gets 88, and Matt Harmonic is the street course champion here in Dallas, Texas. Let's send it down to Arlo Eisenberg. He's standing by with Matt Harmonic.
Okay, Matt Harmonic, you put together probably one of the most technical street runs we've seen here today. Of course, to skaters in the skating community, you've already emerged as a star. This is your first exposure to the rest of the world. How do you feel about your last run?
It was nice. It's fun, but you get tired doing 4 runs. I had to do 4 runs today. You run out of new tricks to do, and you gotta your mind goes wild trying to think of new stuff.
The head-to-head format's really exhausting. Tell me, how representative do you think a street course or street competition like this is of real street?
Well, it's more, there's not very many transitions, and you don't find natural jumps anywhere, so the rails are nice, very nice. It's like a playground here. Just go and have fun.
Yeah, you translated the tricks you've done on the street to the street course real well. Good run, good skating. Brian, it looks like you're peaking at just the right time. You put together 2 excellent runs for your last 2 runs for the semifinals and the finals. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it, about your last run?
Well, I was so tired, it was rough. I've been trying to I entered in New York, got my butt kicked, so I came out here and I'm just like, I just have to go all out or nothing. So bashed up my elbow.
Yeah, you look pretty battered here. Tell us about your shin and some of the other injuries you got here.
I hit my eye on falling off the death box. I hit my shin on a grind on the bower box, and then hit my elbow and fell on my wrist again. I had a broken wrist a while ago. It's just that, you have to put that aside and keep going and try to get to the finals. I'm so happy I'm finally in the finals, and I don't have to worry about it for the rest of the tour. I'm just going to relax, watch all the good skaters. And
yeah, let me ask you something about your run. You you mixed your run real well with balancing the airs and really technical grinds. You think the judges will recognize and appreciate that?
I hope so. I mean, that's what the street course to me is all about, is doing an all-around performance. So I try to mix it up even and even, you know, get a lot of good airs in, throw maybe a flip or two in, you know, grabs, and then hit the technical stuff. So, you know, I cover the whole course, and I do everything. I mean, the judges do whatever they want to do. I'm not concerned with that. That's fun to me, and that's why I'm here, is to have fun.
Good. Excellent skating.
Thanks, Arlo.
The Powerade National Inline Skate Series is brought to you by FSL, the new ultimate sports watch by Fossil, and by Snakeboard, an aggressive product for skaters and snowboarders, and by Protect, the #1 helmet choice of inline skaters.
Hi, I'm
Tony Auto Sound. Here in Deep Ellum, Dallas, Texas, the skaters on the half pipe went big, and the judges were looking for airs, flips and spins, coping tricks, and once again, the inverted tricks.
Let's take a look now at some of the earlier round action.
And here we are at the Vert Semifinals. Manuel Cruz out of Moreno Valley, California, our first skater to drop in.
That's right, Manuel looking to go big here. Drops in, setting up. Grab and mute.
45 seconds in the half pipe.
That's right, grabbing stale Japan. There's a nice camel toe. Taking a little break here. They get tired up there, so they rest and get ready for their big tricks.
Manuel skating for Kryptonics.
Drop back in. There's a nice frontside grind, followed by a hand plant. Manuel having a little trouble getting ready to drop back in again, finishing it off.
Only 10 seconds left, Brian. Not much time.
That's right. He's got to go big here. Oh, and he does a soul grind to frontside and just falls back in.
And Manuel knew he didn't have a great run.
So he's finishing it off here, just proving that he's a good skater. Flopping up there. Good job, Manuel.
45 seconds does not seem like a lot of time, Brian, but it actually is when you're on that big 11-foot half pipe.
You don't have to tell me. Taking a look back now here, Manuel setting up for his invert, but he didn't do that during his run. Too bad. It was a good invert.
Manuel's opponent, a very good skater, only 16 years old, Villarreal Popa, originally from Romania, now lives in Jacksonville, Florida.
That's right, Villarreal going big with that huge 360 grab. Oh, he's a powerhouse, nice invert. He's having a good run so far, setting up here. And there goes that nose poke 360, setting up again. Gonna take a break. Villarreal is always a powerhouse, looking for good things coming up in a few seconds. Dropping back in. What you got for us? Setting up. Grabbing stale Japan. Oh, and a huge grab. Tweak backflip. Setting up again. And another backflip. Oh, there he is. Just tweaking it all over the place. Villarreal with a good run. Got time for one more trick. Setting up nice and high. Oh, and he goes for the huge 360 method.
Villarreal Popa only been skating 6 months, but he looks like a seasoned veteran on the half pipe.
Taking a look back now, here Villarreal goes, sets up with a stale Japan. And just goes huge, grabbing that backflip. That's what the judges like to see.
A perfect landing for Villarreal Popa. And I think his run was enough to beat Manuel Cruz. And yes, it was. Villarreal Popa will be our first final skater. He'll face the winner between Aaron Van Blarkum and Arlo Eisenberg. 19 years old, Aaron Van Blarkum dropping in.
Aaron setting up, going nice and high.
Aaron said he was nervous for the whole competition, but his nerves didn't show in this run.
That's right, setting up with camel toe. Coming back. Grinding top sole. Setting up again. Going invert.
Takes that 15-second rest. Gives the skater enough time, Brian, to set up for one big trick.
That's right, and let's see what he's got in store for us here. Dropping in, setting up. Got to go big, tries the brainless and pulls it off. A little wobbly, but hey, he landed on his feet. I'll tell you what, he's going to need a lot more than landing on his feet to beat big Arlo Eisenberg. Going for the backflip and baking in the pan. That's going to do it.
A solid run by Aaron Van Blarcom, and he's going to need all the points he can get. He'll be facing the coping master, Arlo Eisenberg.
That's right, taking a look at this backflip, just lays it out, just pulls it to flat bottom, goes back into the pan. He's a little tired, but hey, he went for it. Taking a look at that brainless, coming around and just barely pulls it a little wobbly across the flat bottom. But hey, props going out, man. That's a hard trick.
Aaron Van Blarcom showing some talent on the halfpipe. Speaking of talent on the halfpipe, our next skater finished 5th overall last year on the National Inline Skate Series.
You'll notice Arlo's style. He goes in a big oval. He really utilizes the whole ramp, grabbing all over the place. There you see him going late 360, coming back 540. Arlo is just ripping this course up. Soul stalling, dropping back in. Nice sad plant. Coming back. Oh, nice. Arlo's just ripping this course up today.
Earlier skated in the street contest, but not showing any signs of being tired here on the halfpipe.
There's a nice soul grind by Arlo. You don't see many people doing soul grinds as good as Arlo. And there's a huge backflip. Almost gets hooked up on the coping, pulls it off.
And Arlo Eisenberg with a huge Final Four run. And you have to believe that was enough to get by Aaron Van Blarcom.
I'll believe that. Taking a look back, there's a late 360. Corkscrewing it back into the ramp. Coming back with a 540. Very technical and difficult tricks.
His score was 95 points, and that's going to be enough to put him in the finals against Villarreal Popa. Stay tuned for the final run between Arlo and Villarreal Popa coming up next on the Vert Ramp right here on Prime Sports. And Sony Auto Sounds. It's now time for the half-pipe finals. Villarreal Popa versus the veteran Arlo Eisenberg. We're in Deep Ellum, Dallas, Texas. That's the site here for the Vert finals.
Taking a look now, there you have it, the moment everyone's been waiting for. Arlo taking on Villarreal. Villarreal getting ready to drop in first. Looking like he means business here in Deep Ellum, Texas. Dropping in, grabbing mute. Going huge, tweaking back that 360. Setting up with a fakey brainless. Dropping back in, man, he is on fire. Taking a little rest here.
Villarreal Popa just new on the scene. His mother never saw him skate until he entered in Florida. She loved what she saw him, brought him to Texas to try to take the title.
She should, with moves like that tweak backflip, and then coming back with that invert, going invert, grabbing stale Japan. Villarreal just having a flawless run. He's doing a great job. Drop back in. Changing his mind, standing up there thinking about his last trick. What's it gonna be here? Setting up mute, going for something big. Oh, and he does a backflip and travels a little ways.
A very strong run as the time is out on Villarreal Popa. But the point should be good enough. We'll have to see. The veteran Arlo Eisenberg, he competed all last year in both events, street course and halfpipe on the National Inline Skate Series. Finished 5th overall. He'll be our next skater to drop in.
I tell you, with moves like that, 360 tweak method, Arlo's got to be a little bit nervous, because if he messes up and falls, it could cost him.
Crowd wants it, Arlo. Count you in.
All right, here's Arlo Eisenberg getting the sweat off his helmet.
Skating for Rosas and Senate wheels.
Dropping in, waiting for the count. And 3, 2, 1, there he is. There he is going frontside grind. Using this oval, just grinding the heck out of this vert ramp. Going huge, mute disaster to fakie. Big move, stalling soul. Oh yeah, there he is utilizing that coping again. Arlo just ripping it up. Stalling all over the place.
And Brian, you can see Arlo just a little more technical than Villarreal Popa.
That's right, and here he is setting up for a sequence of airs. There he goes with a huge 360, coming with a 540. Arlo is just on fire, having a flawless run, grabbing invert, coming in fakie. All the typical tricks are there. He's having a smooth run. I don't know, I think he's got it wrapped up if he can just finish off this run. There's a nice backflip. Setting up, and that's time, Rick. A beautiful run.
Yeah, that's about as good as you can get on the halfpipe. Arlo Eisenberg in the finals, flawless. Skating like a champion. You have to think it was enough to get by Villarreal Popa.
As you can see here, Arlo really utilizes the whole ramp. He grinds across the whole coping, goes huge with airs. He has everything that a good vert skater should have, and I think that that's what's going to put him ahead here in Deep Ellum, Dallas, Texas. There is a huge disaster coming in fakie, a big technical move, and he still has all the flips to back it all up. Well, the scores are in. Arlo 100, VRL 86. Arlo's our champion. Let's go down now and talk with him on the vert ramp with Rick Stark.
You said you were a little tired, but those last two runs were beautiful.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I wasn't even sure if I was going to skate, you know, because I'm not feeling too up to the challenge these days. I was just looking forward to some rest, but it's my hometown. I felt kind of the pressure, you know. Everybody be disappointed, so I gave it my best shot.
You certainly did.
VRL skated so good. You know, it was not an easy challenge.
Saw some of the young talent out here, the future of inline skating. You got to be proud.
Yeah, I'm especially excited because a lot of them are, you know, hometown kids that I've been watching for a couple of years now. And it's exciting to see them come out and skate and do so well. It's rad. It's good.
So what's next for Arlo Eisenberg? You've been so
Rest.
busy.
Sleep.
Rest.
Yeah, for a long while. I'm going to hibernate. I'm a big bear. See ya.
Power Bar Fuel for optimum performance. And by Sony. Sony Sports, it's for summer, it's for you. And by Powerade, with 33% more carbos than Gatorade. Hotel accommodations provided by the historic Aristocrat Hotel of Dallas. Let us share the charm and elegance of our landmark property with you. Well, that ends another great day of inline skating here at Dallas, Texas. Stop number 4, the Powerade National Inline Skate Series. Co-sponsored by Sony Walkman and Sony Auto Sounds. It's on to Boulder.
That's right. Next week, we're going to be in Boulder, Colorado. We're going to have a lot of fun. Do not miss it. We got some great talent. Be there next weekend.
With a rocket late 360 by Arlo David Eisenberg, placing first on the vert ramp here in Dallas, Texas.
And that's our Powerade Power Blast of the Week. The National Inline Skate Series is owned and operated by Anywhere Sports Productions in Los Angeles.
Stunt Prime Sports.
since then.